Welcome to a momentous occasion in the world of chess, where history, culture, and destiny collide in a dazzling display of strategy and skill. We turn our gaze to Singapore, the illustrious Lion City, a global crossroads where ancient traditions meet cutting-edge innovation and the world's bustling economic currents converge. Here, on this storied stage, the Chess World Championship unfolds, capturing the world's undivided attention. In one corner, we have Ding Liren, the reigning champion hailing from China, where a population over 1 billion stands behind him, fueling a relentless drive towards glory. Ding's journey embodies a legacy of strategic mastery and an unyielding pursuit of excellence. The road back to the World Championship has not been easy for Ding. This past year has been one of his most challenging, both on and away from the chessboard. Opposite him, from the shadow of the Himalayas, is Gukesh, the prodigious talent from India. Gukesh represents a new wave of chess brilliance from the subcontinent, leading a generation of extraordinary minds who are reshaping the landscape of the game. Since winning the candidates, Gukesh has been in top form, having one of the best ever performances at the Olympiad, where he and India won gold for the first time. As we watch these giants battle for supremacy, we are reminded of chess's rich history, a game that has transcended borders and ages, uniting diverse cultures in a single shared passion. From ancient palaces to the grand stages of modern arenas, chess remains a testament to the universal quest for intellectual triumph. In this grand spectacle, Singapore stands as the perfect host, a beacon of global unity, where every move and countermove resonates far beyond the chessboard, symbolizing the ties that bind us all. Prepare to witness a clash of titans, a celebration of strategy, and a moment where the world comes together in the name of the greatest game ever played. It is experience versus youth, Ding's unshakable resolve against Gukesh's unstoppable momentum. Who will emerge victorious as the 2024 FIDE World Champion?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hola.
Download the AirLearn app now.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you just cool? Hey, just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world. Follow the latest games and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
पूरे देश का ये हाल है, हर नजर तेरे चाल पे, जब से देखा तुझे खेलते सब थे फिदा तेरे खेल पे। अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे, ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे। पूरी दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे, नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी व्हेन यू आर गुकेश रे। अब है टेंशन और इमोशन, ये है कंडीशन। पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस कि कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन।
पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, गो गो कुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, गो गो कुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, गो गो कुकी गो, सिर पे तेरे तू पड़ा है, गो गो कुकी गो, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, गो गो कुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, गो गो कुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, गो गो कुकी गो। यहाँ हर पल है कीमती, कीमत है तेरे ड्रीम की। जब भी तू बोर्ड पे बैठे आशा हो बस तेरे विन की। आनंद का है तू चेला, नहीं है तू अकेला। अगर अपनी गेम तू खेला तुझा अपोनेंट तो गेला। हेटर्स वाली बातें जिनकी, शुरू कर लो उल्टी गिनती। मार गिराया सबको उसने, अब बारी आई है टीम की। इंडिया, 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 गो 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 गो। अब आया है तू एंड गेम में, सब ले रहे तेरा नाम है। सबकी नजर तेरे बोर्ड पे, घर लाना है तुझे गोल्ड रे। अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे, ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे। पूरी दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे, नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी व्हेन यू आर गुकेश रे। अब है टेंशन और इमोशन, ये है कंडीशन। पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस कि कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन। पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, गो गो कुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, गो गो कुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, गो गो कुकी गो, सिर पे तेरे तू पड़ा है, गो गो कुकी गो, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, गो गो कुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, गो गो कुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, गो गो कुकी गो, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, सिर पे तेरे तू पड़ा है, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है।
Thanks, guys. We are the night before round 10. Why? Because we wanted to get the light show at Gardens by the Bay. And Nemo, you are a tour guide, so what are we experiencing here?
Right now, we're experiencing one of the legendary Gardens by the Bay light shows happening twice a day, every night. And, well, you know, they're playing Christmas songs right now. I know Singapore is not the most Christmassy country in the world, but I still think it's a really beautiful vibe.
And we're not ding chilling, we are sweating, but bringing you the action. Fa la 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 crunch time. We've got 5 games to go. Ding has an extra white. I think they call that being on the button. You can correct me later if I'm wrong. The big question, is Ding gonna push in one of his white games? Nemo, what do you think?
I haven't been feeling that energy from him. That does not mean that he's not going to push being on the button. You know, maybe he can go all in. But I don't know. Do you think it will go to the tiebreakers?
I have no idea, but we do know that they're playing poker in their spare time. Team Ding is. Niwa apparently is the expert. Nemo, we got to get you in on that game, but before we do, let's get to round 10 and see if Ding has got something up his sleeve. Now back to you guys.
Whoa! Let's go! Welcome everyone to round 10 of the FIDE World Chess Championship. We are live from Habitat in Mumbai. Would love to hear from chat where everyone is joining in from. Round 10 starts in just a few. In Singapore, our panel, Sagar Shah as always, Sahil as always. Guys, is today the day we get a breakthrough?
Today, I think I just get this feeling it's a very different day because so many things have happened today which I was not expecting. We have a few people here who have come who I didn't expect. Then some people said we reached Singapore because now we want Gukesh to win today. So I have a feeling today is the day.
Expect the unexpected. Sahil, 4.5 points apiece. I think few would have predicted that by now neither of the players would take a lead. But today, the tipping point?
Absolutely. We are in the end game now. So only 3 points required for one side to win. And as we said, पिछली बार देखा हमने उन्होंने कहा कि do you think tiebreak is close by? Ding said one game could tip the scales basically in one player's favor. So let's see what happens. We are all ready.
Guys, तुमको क्या लगता है आज draw होएगा or will we get a decisive result?
Will you get your money's worth? That is the question. But also, I personally think, and also it was echoed by Magnus, that the match is more even than any time in this entire match. It was. So, like, it's really equal right now. Also, some would say that Ding has a small edge as well because he has 3 white games. And also, when it goes into tie breaks, Rapid mein Ding is considered as a small favorite. That's what everyone says. So, yeah, while we are very much like supportive of Gukesh's chances and so on, maybe objectively, Ding is perhaps a very small favorite right now.
3 whites out of the last remaining 5 games for the reigning world champion. And in this match so far, one of the awesome factors has been the opening preparation that we've witnessed. Now, in every single game of Ding with white, he's played a new opening. We've seen the king's pawn, we've seen the queen's pawn, the bishop pawn, and the knight coming out on move 1.
Yes.
Who gets the first surprise in today?
I don't know. I think knowing Gukesh, how much he has prepared, I think maybe he might still kind of out-prepare Ding there. But whenever Ding senses कि यार ये हाथ से बाहर जा रहा है, he will just take the draw. And the extra white might not mean as much as it usually does.
Correct. So I'm also very curious कि आज वो कौन सा move खेलेगा because he's already played all 4 different moves. That leaves it with B3,
नहीं भाई, नहीं होने वाला.
F4,
बिल्कुल नहीं.
or Knight C3. Apart from that, I don't think A3, H3 and all of that will happen. But
let's get prediction. I mean,
yeah.
what's your prediction for move 1?
I think Ding most likely will go for Knight F3 again.
I'm picking 1E4.
I'll take 1D4. 1D4 for sure.
D4, huh?
Yeah.
Again, London system.
Maybe not the London, but 1D4 maybe.
Okay.
And I think a good time for audience to take 1C4 so that we cover all grounds. फिर गलत नहीं हो सकता habitat पे कुछ.
क्या पता? कुछ और खेल ले. But today, Tania, we are haben einen Sponsor.
Ooh.
Yes, समझा?
Yeah.
कुछ समझा नहीं ना? So I spoke in German. थोड़ा मैं college में सीखा था. But today we have a sponsor and a big round of applause for AirLearn because they are supporting today's stream and AirLearn is to learn foreign languages and you can actually go on the app. I in fact downloaded it and was learning German again like the good old 11th and 12th standard. So you can learn German, Spanish and many more languages. So the link is in the description. Please do check it out. Punjabi nahi hai Tania, but maybe they have written we'll introduce more languages. So perhaps हो सकता है Punjabi.
मेरे को तो जर्मन सीखा था बहुत टाइम से तो अच्छा है मेरे लिए perfect.
भाई हो सकता है बोर्ड पे इटालियन आ जाए आज.
Totally possible. Nice.
भारी. By the way, can we just get some visuals from Singapore and have a look for all the people who are here ki how does the World Championship playing hall look like a few minutes before the players enter? And that is how. Very, very calm, shant. No Maurice there. I believe Maurice is going to join us today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow. He'll come in tomorrow. So have your questions ready. I think I want to ask him about how tensed is the press conference? Because really, it's right after the game. That's when you can feel it between, and he sits between the players. So going to be interesting insights for him. This feels like the calm before the storm.
Yes.
The players haven't arrived, expecting to see Guki's grey jacket on the chair soon. But yeah, once again, 2 drastically different chairs, somewhere reflecting the personalities of the 2 players.
And all of this is inside a glass chamber, right? So not a single, you cannot hear anything, I assume.
Although when they clap, I think the players are able to listen to that small sound. But I guess nothing else goes in. So if someone talks a bit, then they are not able to hear it. And yeah, we are about to begin in less than 5 minutes from now. We also have a very special guest who will be joining us today. Any idea, guys?
Guess karo.
Yes, we are going to have the 5-time world champion Vishy Anand. joining us online. So this will happen roughly half an hour into the game. I guess we will have couple of questions from you guys to ask him. So do have them in your head. I think I'm so excited to actually ask Vishy, what does a man who's been there and done that feel about how both players would be thinking? You know, he must have gone through this so many times.
Been there and done that 5 times.
Yes.
5-time world champion in different formats of the world championship. So I think we'll get some incredible insights and peek into what the players go through at this stage, at this level of the tournament. So looking forward to that. But Sagar, we've also got some more surprise guests coming in today.
Oh yes, today we have the guy who plays amazingly well with his king. That's all we can tell you.
And I assume it's not Nigel Shot, yeah?
Yeah, not Nigel Shot, modern day player, and he is someone whose Wikipedia has Grandmaster there, although he's not a Grandmaster. But yes, he'll be joining us later in the day today, a very well-known stand-up comedian, host, and yeah, not to reveal too much more.
कर दिया आपने, सब दे दिया already.
नहीं पता नहीं चला रहेगा बहुत लोगों को. Because you know, he's not been in the chess world for some time now. He came like in the lockdown, we used to have streams, he played in COB and so on, but recently not so much.
So we have the king Vishy joining, and we also have a player who loves to go forward with his king. That's going to be a fun one. Okay, guys, coming back to what we are setting up for, right? A big round 10. And this is the stage in the match where really a victory could be absolutely decisive for the match. Because the margin to come back remains so little. Which means the big question, what is the risk appetite? And speaking of risk appetite, the risky player is
Let's go! We have Guki in the room, and we have so much energy in the room, just like Red Bull. Let me just get it out.
मेरे भी दे दो, आज लगेगा. Thank you.
What I really love for Gukesh, you know, answering in the press conference कि white black से फर्क नहीं पड़ता है अब. White or black, I'm ready to play.
In the press conference, one line that I loved what Gukesh said is that I would not like to cheat at anything in life.
True.
Arey, what a statement that was. That was just... and there we have Ding Liren, the world champion. Woo!
Welcome to Game 10 of the 2024 FIDE World Championship, held here at the Aquarius Hotel in the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa in lovely Singapore. I'm Maurice Ashley, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the two players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Dommaraju. And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. The match is tied at 4.5 points each. It has been a scintillating match so far. The players have treated all of us to an incredible set of games, and their fighting spirit is to be absolutely commended as we go into the last 5 games. To make the ceremonial first move, we have a dignitary from Singapore, Mr. Kon Yin Tong, who is a managing partner of accountancy firm Fu Kon Tan, served as a Sports Singapore Council member from 2012 before becoming deputy chairman in 2016 and subsequently chairman in October 2018. Mr. Kon has held roles with Sports Singapore as Finance Committee Chairman and leads the Sports Excellence Scholarship Selection and Approval Committee. Having had a passion for rugby since he was a schoolboy, Mr. Kon currently holds a World Rugby Level 1 coaching certificate and is a volunteer coach. Please welcome the chair at Sports Singapore, Mr. Kon Yin Tong.
What was the move?
E4.
It's E4, which will be
E4.
taken back by Ding. But this is my prediction for
Yeah,
today's
I
game.
think E4 आज हो गया Tania, so that will be
a shocker.
Yeah, I think it was
like
the
the
most
played game in the
tame
world.
draw of the entire match when he played E4 and Gukesh responded E5, right? So I don't want E4.
And with that,
It
let
was
the
also
game
the
begin.
safest. Let's
Go!
begin. Handshakes and game 10 is off. Ding, what will he choose to start with? And it's...
अरे ये क्या है?
What was that?
D4! Sahil bhai is right.
Let's go.
Maybe another London system incoming.
But what was that hesitation by Ding at the start?
Ding
That
was like,
very strange.
maybe I should go E4, maybe I should go D4. He was
Why?
not very sure.
Kal rest day tha. That was supposed to be decided a long time ago.
No way! London again!
London system.
Again.
Wow.
I will point out though, this was the one opening that got Ding the pressure, got him the ability to put pressure on Gukesh when he played London last. It's also the opening that was played in the 23 World Championship match between Ding and Yan. Ding won that game 6, tried it against Gukesh. Gukesh held his own in that one. Here's Ding trying it for the second time in this match.
Absolutely, and I think Gukesh properly analyzed किया होगा इस बार ना. इस बार he should be absolutely prepared to the tip. What do you think, Sagar bhai?
I think Ding is playing this strategy again and again. So, first time Gukesh played E4, he played French. Then Gukesh again played E4. Gukesh would have thought he won't go for French. He played French again and Gukesh was not well prepared. So, let's say London system he played. Gukesh might think, ab London nahi hoga. And again he plays it.
There's a very big chance that this was the least expected.
Yes.
By Gukesh's camp. Look at him, he's already thinking on move 3. Something we haven't seen in the match so far, especially in an opening that has been played before. Because this opening by White is usually one that's a one-game surprise. You get it in and then you don't repeat. He does go with
E6 again. This was what was played in that game. Okay, although the move order was slightly different, I think we've reached the same position. C5 is what Gukesh had chosen. It was game 6, correct?
It was game 6. Will Guki go for c5? And the London system trademarked by that dark squared bishop of White coming to the f4 square. And as you often point out, Sagar, the triangular pawn structure that White ends up taking very solid approach.
Yeah,
Sagar bhai, let's flip the board.
अरे फिर से वही खेला है उसने. C5. Oh yes, we have to flip the board. Right. अभी ठीक है. Thank you.
Oh man, I still can't believe it though. I still can't believe London दोबारा खेल दिया यार.
I think Sahil bhai, you have a course on London, yes?
भाई क्या मस्त टाइम पे प्रोमो कर दिया. But आज के लिए अगर हार जाएगा तो चलेगा भाई. आज कोई चक्कर नहीं है.
नहीं भाई, आज तो लंदन को हराना है. कुछ भी हो जाए. Let's see what Ding does. The last time he had played C3 here, then bishop D6 and bishop B5 check. This is what we saw, and that very, very interesting game which went with knight C6, take, bishop takes, queen takes, with the queen coming out here.
A new move on the board.
Oh, he goes bishop E2. And that looks slightly weird. Let me just check in our database how many times this has been played, because this doesn't seem like a move that is played very often.
Also, it doesn't feel like a very aggressive move in the position. In that previous game, this bishop, which has just moved, had gone forward to give a check to the black king.
Yeah.
So a slightly cagier developing move by that white bishop. And look at Gukesh. This is a fresh position, Sagar. What are the stats on it? Is this something that has been theoretically discussed?
So 16,468 games were reached until this point. And out of that, only 400 games have played bishop E2, which means it's the 4th most popular move in that position. The most popular move, 11,000 games, is what we saw last time, C3. And before, the second most is knight D2. But he goes bishop E2 and Gukesh does not flinch. He instantly plays bishop D6. So Gukesh is like, "Why? ये तो मेरी तैयारी है."
Good news, yeah. That's amazing news.
So he comes bishop D6. But now, after bishop to d6, we have only 48 games more that have been played. And there is one Indian player who has played this with white. Any guesses? One top Indian player. Vidit nahi? Not Arjun also. No, actually Nihal is known for his London system, but not even him.
Ronak?
Pragnananda played this with white. He played it against Rasmus Swanner at World Team Championship Dusseldorf. Again in the same that event. Jahan pe Arjun versus Kramnik, that one game that we were discussing also happened.
So this move that Gukesh has played is very thematic in this position. Once again, the London system, that dark squared bishop is a key piece for white.
Right.
It's sort of the MVP, the most valued piece. And with black, you want to try to trade it off as quickly. So this structure to go bishop d6 aims at getting rid of that bishop and then asking questions, what happens to the pawn formation of white? I've seen Gukesh use this line with bishop d6 regardless of what white plays in the London.
Yeah.
He really likes to trade these bishops.
It's also a slightly unambitious way to play, I feel. Like there are so many other ways. By the way, the pawn has been taken here.
And Sagar bhai, a great stat, Ding and his wife combined have played
what?
bishop.
Ding and his?
Sorry, Rapport and his wife combined. ये थोड़ा उल्टा हो गया. Rapport and his wife.
भाई मेरे को लगा कि रेस्ट डे पे क्या मतलब.
नहीं, I think शादी लोग की जल्दी नहीं करवाएंगे. Rapport and his wife have played bishop e2 combined 9 times before.
Oh.
So
this is definitely Rapport and oh yes, there is Rapport's game at the top versus Sam Shankland. Oh, but this is very interesting that Rapport's wife also plays this. Her name is Joanna.
And she's a very strong player herself.
She's a WGM if I'm not mistaken, yeah?
Yes, Sagar, a woman grandmaster. I think she's also played in the Chess Olympics several times.
Yeah.
So this is 100% screaming than Richard Rapport preparation,
yes.
right? And he's also someone who last World Championship is the one who pushed Ding to play the French, play the London system. So it's back on the board. And now we see with this trade, those bishops are still alive.
Yes.
And an asymmetrical pawn formation in the center. It's going to be an interesting imbalanced middle game now.
Yeah, I think black has much more space in the center. So if white had to strike there, what move do you think white would play eventually? If not this move, then in future. To strike in the center. Yes, exactly. C4 is the move that we will see very soon, I guess. By the way, we have a super chat from Bells of Ireland, a very weird one. He says, hello Sagar. Can you please go to the reception and ask for a 16 kg package?
Whoa.
What?
16 kg. I have sent for all of you. It is in the name of Balraj. If you received it, then it's cool. Arey, mil gaya? Sudhir bhai, what is it?
Hai kya?
Desserts and
kilo.
namkeens, 16 kgs.
I think that's probably for everyone.
Wow, that's so kind
That's
of you.
very sweet.
Bells of Ireland, that's amazing. And by the way, talking of food, I must tell you that today, all of you here are going to be treated to some food, snacks and drinks. And that is on the house thanks to Group E4 who has sponsored it. So big round of applause for Group E4. It's an initiative by Satya Prabhakar along with Vishy Anand and Aruna Anand, RB Ramesh and Aarti Ramaswamy. They together raise funds for young Indian talents, and 250 families and firms have come together for this amazingly noble cause. Meanwhile, C4 has been played here by Ding Liren. So immediately खेल दिया.
एक इंटरेस्टिंग है कि यूजुअली ना व्हेन यू प्ले c4 यू कीप द बिशप ऑन f1 कि भाई अगर मारा जाए तो मैं एक ही बार में मार दूं. सो ये बिशप e2 c4 थोड़ा कंफ्यूजिंग तो है.
So, but Sahil bhai, you cannot really take on c4 right now, I feel, because that would make you lose castling rights. Is that too much of a disadvantage? Maybe not. But, sorry? Knight e5 here to attack this pawn. And if I go and defend it, This is actually a very well-known sometimes position that comes out of Queen's Gambit accepted, something like this. And it's supposed to be okay for black. So it might not come as a huge surprise if Gukesh takes the pawn on c4 here. But I have a feeling that he will not. He will castle here.
And the one interesting difference here, as I was checking Rappo's game as well, is that c4 is played more after you go short castle as white, so that जब वो queen exchange होगा, your rook can immediately come to the central file. And perhaps that's an added incentive for Gukesh to trade immediately.
Or, Tania, here, bishop b4 check is also an option if you have not castled now.
Ooh, he castles.
Oh, he castles. Gukesh is like, no nonsense, I'm going to put my king to safety.
And if white castles as well, then it transposes to the games that we are talking about, where it's more standard to go c4.
Right.
I love how I don't think it's much of a doubt in my mind that this was a little bit of a semi-surprise for Gukesh, but he still doesn't take long pauses.
He's in fact ahead on the clock.
Ahead on the clock, so he's showing confidence early on.
Move one itself, how Ding reacted, right? That was extremely weird. I've never seen that before in a World Championship match.
Yeah, it was weird. It was weird.
सुबह लेट उठे, नींद से उठ के आए, अरे गेम बुलेट गेम चलनी है, कोई ऐसे कुछ भी टच कर दिया. Like it was crazy.
You know, this is where if we had that EVS system in chess, we would replay that scene where you can see that moment, because it's really something we don't get to see in chess. Another thing that we don't get to see in World Championship matches happen in the Magnus match, when I think it was on move 2, Magnus moves the knight and the knight falls from his hand. Again, signifying the tension, the nervousness that the players feel.
Right.
So completely agree with you, Sahil. To me, also at the back of my mind, you know, it's first move. You want to show that you're well prepared. You want to make that move confidently on the board. And it was the exact opposite of that.
कहीं ना कहीं Gukesh talk भाई ये क्या हो गया है यार, मतलब like he and we might have a scene again where we might have an equal position, then Gukesh again pushes. तो ये कब तक चलेगा वही देखना है यार.
Correct. And this thing about them playing the piece and piece falling, Magnus's piece falling, it might seem like a small thing. By the way, the knight comes out. But there was this one video on this Take app where Henrik Carlsen says, don't you realize he's been moving his pieces since he was a young kid? How can he drop a piece? And you know, that just shows like there's so much tension. Like Ding generally would never think before making his first move, but he did it here.
Yeah, that was a big moment in that match. And it was Magnus's first World Championship is where it happened, where he felt the maximum nerves. And I was there doing the commentary, and it's actually true, you know. For people watching it, you often miss these little tells. But it's all in the details. Now I think we're all a lot more aware of this. So that moment, maybe when the match ends, we'll come back to it and it'll make sense in hindsight.
Yeah, but for now, Tania, it seems like White's position is definitely slightly more for choice. If there's one reason why Black is slightly worse, guys, could you tell which piece is the reason for that? The light squared bishop on c8, it's not able to come out instantly. And meanwhile, you can see how Ding is playing. He's not taking the pawn, because the moment he takes it, the bishop opens up, and that is exactly what Gukesh wants. And here he plays his knight to c3.
But Sagar, whenever we exchange the pawns, let's say we take on c4, the pawn structure is symmetrical. So it will be extremely difficult for either side to create winning chances.
Oh, he takes it. He takes. But maybe this is his prep. This is Ding Liren's prep, and Gukesh has to tread carefully here. He shouldn't take this lightly because he has the slightly inferior position.
Absolutely. And even if the queens were traded off, you know, I know we all hate queen trades because we want the tactics on the board, but that it just becomes a queenless endgame because there are so many pieces on the board. And again, Ding will be the one calling shots because you'll have better minors, you know, the light square bishop more active than its counterpart, probably the rook on the open D line, capturing it first. So the endgame is not going to be easy for Gukesh to go into.
I agree. Meanwhile, we have a super chat from Balraj Bhai, who's on a vacation but following the stream. He's saying, really hoping for a win today. Go, go, Guki, go.
बलराज भाई WhatsApp ही कर लेते यार, हम पढ़ लेते.
And also a big shout out to Siddharth Ranadev, who's been 48 months member on this channel. Yes, actually we have finished 4 years of memberships on ChessBase India channel.
Wow.
So he's one who started in 2020 December. Now it's 4 years. So thank you so much, Siddharth. All the money that has been collected over these 4 years have been given to talented young chess players. In fact, now the memberships money goes to a laptop program that we have. So last year we gave away 14 laptops thanks to the contribution, and this year maybe even more. So thank you all for supporting. Okay, so DC4 played and Ding hasn't responded. He can take the queen, he can take the pawn.
And it's so much more natural to take the pawn, isn't it? Because by taking the queen, you're just trading on your opponent's terms, inviting that black rook to a more active square. Eventually the bishop, that problem piece that you were pointing out, can go to d7, fall back to e8, and then it's perfect harmony between the pieces. So I'm slightly surprised that Ding is taking his time here and hasn't immediately grabbed that pawn. Which makes me think, is he going to go for the queen trade? I'll be shocked if that happens.
There's going to be some new move coming in here, Tania. I get this feeling. Of course, he can take back on c4, which is a very normal move. But he could also just move his queen away. Maybe he doesn't want to trade.
I think he really wants to trade. He's like, यार pawn मार देता हूँ, लेकिन कहीं गुकेश queen e7 ना खेले.
And bishop takes
ले लिया. Okay.
So guys, he goes for the standard.
And
move.
now, will Gukesh take here? Because even for Gukesh, if he takes the queen, rook takes, followed by the other rook coming here, is a very solid position for white. Very nice one.
Exactly. It's sort of, it's solid and probably still in the balance, but white has all the trumps in the position. You're ahead in development, your pieces are beautifully placed, your two rooks will capture the open lines first. Meanwhile, black still discoordinated in many cases. So I would be very tempted to keep the queens and not struggle to hold that endgame. What do you think? Are we going to have a trade right now?
I don't think Gukesh will trade queens.
It's not his style, no?
No, he won't. He will try to be maybe queen e7 is a lot more to his style, keeping the queens, or he'll just say, I'll also stay there. I'll play b6, bishop b7. But then again, such positions are very risky, because imagine I go queen e2, bishop b7, rook d1, or maybe let's say the other rook, queen e7, and it looks like everything is symmetrical here, but white now starts off with a very nice move. Guys, can you guess what should white play here? ये position में knight b5. That's a very interesting move, trying to come here, but I would defend this square. So maybe something more interesting, something more aggressive. Also possible, knight e5.
Sagar bhai, is it about attacking some piece gradually?
It's about grabbing more space.
I like it.
a3, b4, yes, possible. A little slow, because when you play a3, I come rook d8. If you play b4, I can drop back, trade your bishop. So that equalizes. You need to make use of this move right now.
Yes. Very
well
nice.
done. e4. And with e4, this becomes very dangerous, because I'm threatening e5. And if you play e5, then my bishop comes here, and then the knight is jumping in. It can become very dangerous for Gukesh.
Very tricky. So that's what's going on in his mind. Does he want to keep the queens on the board? But perhaps white has that one extra move, the starting move advantage, where that e-pawn can start moving forward. And of course, Gukesh being from group e4 somewhere, he knows that's a move to be careful about. But
अभी भी time से आगे है, so
it's
no
now or
stress,
never,
yeah?
right? If you have to trade queens, because white ka plan simple hai, you don't trade at this moment. White is centralizing the queen on e2 and bringing the rooks out.
And by the way, top game in the position is actually Rapport versus Aronian, and Aronian won that game with the
Yeah?
black pieces. Yeah,
With
I think
black?
one move back on this position, something like that. So black has chances, yeah?
Were queens traded or not in that game?
I think Sagar bhai, we have to check, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually Gibraltar Masters in 2018, and there d takes c4, bishop c4. He played queen d1, rook d1, b6, and this is how that game continued. And Levon went on to win with black, which is very interesting. But here, let's see what Gukesh comes up with. He's been thinking for 3 minutes 35 seconds. What do you think, guys? Will Gukesh trade queens? No?
I think they don't want him to trade.
Yes,
queens.
they don't want.
Like,
A6, H6. Possible, I guess, but it does. Don't you think it wastes time a little bit? Like if I play queen e2, maybe to get my rooks here and. You just want to play e4, e5, and then there's no bishop g5. Rook e8, also not a bad idea, but after queen e2, e5, you have this bishop g5 with rook coming in here, the d5 square weakened. It's one of those positions where it looks equal, and suddenly you are in big trouble if you don't play carefully.
सागर भाई बेसिकली क्या हो रहा है, घर के एक कमरे में आग लगी हुई है, दैट इज द बिशप ऑन c8.
Yes.
तो बाकी कमरों के पौधों को पानी बाद में डाल देंगे, पहले वो वाली बुझा लेते हैं.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's a very nice point. It means that what you are saying is we need to first take care of this bishop.
Yeah.
But e5 से अगर किया तो ये weak हो रहा है, bishop का diagonal open हो रहा है ना?
E5 तो immediately is not possible.
I mean, if we
anyway.
try for
Yeah.
it.
Also, you have to be very careful while pushing the e-pawn because of that central square that gets weakened for the knight to jump in. Usually in these positions, the light squared bishop does belong in the on the longest diagonal on the chessboard, that a8 to h1 diagonal.
Yes.
There are two ways to get there, right? And again, this could be done before or after queen trades. Either you can do b6 and take it out, or a6, b5 is a more active approach in the position, and then put that bishop to b7.
And maybe if we continue with here a6, I'm always trying for this queen e2, b5, bishop d3 setup. And yes, we did get the bishop out here, but this position is very, very risky. You know, you have to play very carefully. These squares are weak. On the d file that is weak. You can already see the bar is showing significant advantage to white. So Gukesh has to be very careful here what he chooses.
You feel that he's fighting his own mind right now, right? Because he wants a game. He's always looking to find a fight, often when it doesn't exist. And that might mean that you have to keep the queens on the board. But the objective player in him, the one who wants to focus on finding what's best, knows that it's safer to trade queens at this point.
Right.
So what decision is he going to take?
You know, I had one look at the engine, which is probably not what I do in these positions, but there's a crazy move that the engine is suggesting.
Here.
Yeah. Which kind of breaks opening principles.
Knight a5.
Close.
Maybe if he says close, then could be the other knight.
Yes, actually.
Knight h5. Wow. Trying to go for this very important bishop.
You know, it's the kind of move that if you haven't prepared at home or haven't seen it, it will not even be in your, again, in your radar of candidate moves. Because it's so offside. And you're taking a knight that's already, you're not thinking about the problem child in the position, but sort of an already developed piece, taking it to the edge.
This is, I think, one of the first games maybe where, okay, the previous London one was one more, where Gukesh had to think a lot. But here, you get a feeling that Gukesh has been slightly out-prepared by Ding. He's now thinking for 7.5 minutes. It's a long thing.
The good news is that it's the kind of position where, you know, there aren't crazy tactics on the board. So you don't have to find the top line of the engine like it was in the previous London. You remember which black queen went on this journey, picking up pawns on the king side, opposite side castling. The house was on fire. this one is more strategic, Sagar,
Yes.
in nature.
And I think these are the kinds of positions which are also quite dangerous, because if you are not careful, you can really run the risk of getting into an inferior position and not realizing that you are in one of them. So Gukesh is actually looking at perhaps a very clean way to get an equalish position. Also, it's very difficult for us to kind of wrap our minds around if only we could have like a sort of a 5-time world champion helping us here. Yeah, it would be so nice. Maybe what about calling out the magic word here? If only we wish Vishy was here. Woo! Hello, Vishy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Sagar. Hi, Tania.
Hi.
Vishy, this is so wonderful. We have a packed crowd right now here at Habitat, and we are so excited to have you. You are back home in Chennai.
Yes, I'm back home in Chennai.
How was your trip to Singapore?
Excellent. I mean, I enjoyed my stay there very much. The organization is excellent. But it was okay. Also, time to come back, I think.
Yeah, and actually,
but I caught game 7 and 8 there, and I think then I needed some rest anyway.
Yeah, the match is heating up. Vishy, your thoughts before we dive into this match, this game. I wanted to just know, what are you feeling? Who seems to have an edge here in the match scenario and your reading of this? Because very few people can understand these scenarios as well as you do. You've been there, you faced this so many times.
I think Gukesh has succeeded in putting pressure on Ding multiple times. Especially, you saw in this second stretch of 3 games, he didn't have it so easy, got into big trouble in game 5. But in the third stretch, 7-8, he did an excellent job. With White, he found a great opening idea, managed to, and played the game really at a high level. And game 8 as well created chances out of nowhere, it seemed, no?
Yes.
But the problem is Ding is continuing to defend very well, and the breakthrough hasn't happened, and we are slowly running out of games. So, it's like one of these attacks where you're sacking a lot of pieces and you're going to give mate, and you realize you don't have many pieces left to do it with. It's almost like that. He's done a great job so far, but very few games. I think the problem for me, as I see it for both of them, is that the price of a mistake has gone up very high now. There's almost no time to recover.
Right.
Recover because of the emotional situation, but also because there's just very few games to do it with. So I think they have to probe each other while at the same time. And if Gukesh does these decline draw offers in worse positions and all, we'll all have a heart attack.
It's not good for us.
Because look, with 5 games, that's a luxury. You can't really. Well, at least we can't permit ourselves very much. Let's put it that way. So. It'll be very tense for us, but also a very, very close match still. And yeah, what to say? It is very, very tightly poised.
And as a follow-up to what you just mentioned at the very end there, Vishy, before we dive into the position, I want to get your thoughts on what Magnus said, that Gukesh is not the favorite in this match anymore, and this is as close to a 50-50 as it gets. Do you agree, or...?
In some sense, I do. I think it's just as likely that one makes the next mistake as the other. So it has gotten very close. I mean, Gukesh has managed to find weaknesses, and if there was only the 10 games in the match, then this is a good trend. But it's getting too close for comfort now, and in a sense, it's quite likely there's a tiebreak if they're unable to break through. but also I have the feeling that one breakthrough and then the odds shift. I think after that it's 80-20 for whoever's ahead. So a very close match right now.
Do you think we'll have a breakthrough in the next 5 games?
It's possible. I think that both of them, in a sense, have been successful at their strategy. Ding's strategy seems to have been to conserve a lot of his energy and to save his best for the correct moment. And Gukesh is playing extremely well. I mean, even more than Game 7, which after all is an opening concept. But I like the follow-up in Game 7, and also his play in Game 8 was very good. But then there are these strange... I'm still baffled that a guy who calculates like Gukesh calculates puts the A knight on C5. I mean, for me, I didn't even consider it. I just assumed that you have to play knight d c5. Maybe I sensed that rook c8 would work or something, and then when he did knight d c5, it looked very strange. So he does make some mistakes, understandable, but I mean, it's easy to sit at home and say they make mistakes. That's not the aim of my statement, but he is making mistakes, so it's very, very delicately poised.
This is very interesting.
Anyway, you wanted a short answer to your question. I think tiebreaks are quite likely now.
Okay, so Vishy, can we go over the game? Today was once again the favorite of one of our panelists here, Sahil, who loves the London system.
So are you surprised by the London played by Ding today?
Actually, tell me, what do you find more surprising? Is that the London happened, or that that we are back in the Queen's Gambit decline?
Oh, we are back in Queen's Gambit decline.
It's a transposition. It's an exact transposition, because instead of bishop e7 takes c5, he did bishop d6 takes c5, and bishop e2 happened before knight c3. But now it is just a QGD.
Can we go through the moves of
that? So instead of playing something sophisticated like queen c2, a3, rook c1, all these moves, white just went bishop e2 castles, and we got a Queen's Gambit decline. So yes, it's a London, but it's also a QGD.
So Vishy, we have the live board with us, and if we can just go through how the position transposes from another very well-discovered opening.
Yeah, so you'll see the line takes, bishop takes, bishop e2, dc4 or knight c6, yeah, it doesn't matter, castles, and then it's just a transposition to the QGD.
And this is considered to be not a very ambitious way to play bishop f4, or is it for white?
If white has anything, it's microscopic. I think this position should be pretty easy to equalize. I would probably just play h6 and then queen e7. Just some sensible moves. I might. I mean, the problem with queen takes d1, rook takes d1, bishop d7 is there's this half trick, knight e4. So you don't want to walk into that.
And if knight takes knight, this is hanging.
I think, Anand, you just made someone's day in our audience, because 8-6 was also a move that we wanted to, we were considering. I want to ask you, Gukesh.
8-6 is a reasonable move. Or queen e7 is fine, I think. Sometimes if you don't know what to play, they'll play bishop b4 and just probe and then come back later. And so with this kind of symmetry, the only thing is black's bishop on c8 is the worst of the 4 bishops, but by a very small margin. And so it could get unpleasant for black, but honestly, I think this is not a likely scenario. If I go h6, it will be fine. Even knight h5 might be good, just to provoke a decision with that bishop. Force that bishop to make a decision, exchange itself. Then the other bishop can come out more easily. And just bishop e7 here.
Okay. Wow. You are,
or if you
I
prefer
think it was...
one and the head, that's also fine. So,
you know, Gukesh, he's always trying to find a way to keep the fight going and trying to find the most combative approach. What would you say is going on? What do you think is going on in his mind right now? What's his mindset in this position?
Look, it's a Queen's Gambit decline. Having got here, you play to equalize. You don't. If you wanted the King's Indian, you should play the King's Indian. You can't now. Yeah.
Is he disappointed that this is not this is as symmetrical as it's turned out to be?
It's a good accomplishment with the black pieces. There's still games left. I don't see why he should be disappointed. But as I said, it's going to be a very close match. He's also not found a breakthrough with the white pieces, a clear breakthrough, in the sense that, I mean, he can hardly repeat in game 7 and expect the same amount of success, so he'll have to find another new system. But sometimes you have to take the easy draws with black and go. And I think if this is well played, this should be a fairly simple draw.
Do you think, Vishy, there are some dangers here for black? Like, for example, if queen e2 and this e4, e5 ideas, it can get very sharp.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to trade off the dark bishops. That's why I wanted to play knight h5. Head 6 also, in a sense, is about that. Because if after head 6, white goes e4,
yeah,
then I might want to have bishop b4 or something like that. Or queen takes d1 and then bishop b4 and try to think. But I actually prefer, maybe now as thinking about it, I prefer knight h5 even to head 6.
Got it.
But knight h5, you can play queen e2.
Oh, queen e2 and give up the bishop?
Yeah, and then knight f4, ef4. And you have to equalize this still. White has, I mean, there's a double f pawns actually help white. His knights have good squares, and black is still very cramped. Again, that problem is that bishop on c8. So I would think carefully between head 6 and knight h5, or maybe start with queen e7, so that if you play e4, I can play rook d8 and knight d4 very quickly. I can try some rook d8 and somehow knight d4, something like that.
Right. So actually, it's a very key moment for Gukesh to sort of choose a plan here, which one he's going for the next few moves.
Yeah.
Yes. It's important to have, I mean, to take it to, white's only plan is, I think, e4 or queen e2 first, but e4 is a threat. So black should try to prepare for that. I'm not quite sure about a6 because I think a6 is tempting also. If you play e4, then I play b5 and bishop b7, and then e4, e5 is not that strong.
Right.
Because I've got some space on the queen side to do stuff and so on. Also, you have to see where you're going to go because
after b5,
is there a bishop going to retreat to e2 or b3 or where? So, or even d3. But
I was very tempted, Vishy, that the moment black doesn't trade, to quickly put my queen on e2, like not give any more chances, and then bring the rook to the center and then e4. So let's say b5, then rook d1, perhaps this one, and then bishop d3 with perhaps some ideas like this.
Sure. Hang on. Bishop b7, you'll do what, knight e4, or maybe bishop g5 is also reasonable.
Is e4 doesn't make sense here? Like, maybe not good here.
Then maybe knight d4.
Got it.
And if you play e5, then I take on c3. And knight d5, probably this. And here actually a very important idea. If you go bishop d2.
Can we ask our viewers here? Okay, guys, knight f4.
Bishop
on d2.
No, guys, black to play. Rook c8. Okay.
Also, always look for weaknesses. Rook c8 is one way to get there.
Yeah.
Rook c8 is fine. Head 6 is fine. I like queen h4 a little bit. Because
did
I want to
mention.
stop queen h5, and so I put my own queen there just to interfere. So that's one idea.
Amazing. Gukesh has been thinking for 23 minutes. This has been not like Gukesh. I had one question, which was your match with Topalov. At that point, I remember that Topalov was a bit worried about getting into the tie breaks. So much so that in the last game, he wanted to win at all costs. Do you think that in this match, and you were clearly the favorite when it came to rapid tie breaks, do you think that Gukesh should worry like that, like what Topalov had those worries, or you don't think there is such a big gap in their rapid playing strength?
Look, I don't even think somebody should take that attitude, uh, even if they think they're not favorites in rapid chess. Because think about it, if you do something irresponsible in the last game, your odds are probably dropping to 30%. Are your odds in rapid chess so much worse? Are you 30-70 in rapid chess that you're willing to take that sort of risk? I mean, what Topalov did in a sense. But I think the point is not that Topalov did something he knew to be irresponsible because he was trying to avoid the tie breaks. I think he was not keen on the tie breaks. Maybe a small part of him was a bit worried. And therefore, his brain saw an advantage where it didn't exist. I mean, he didn't play king h4 thinking, I might be mated, but it's worth the risk.
Right.
He went king h4 thinking, I don't see the problem. And then suddenly this counterattack happened, and then he realized he had made a tactical miscalculation. But the point is, if you keep worrying about a potential rapid game, then you will lose objectivity now, and you'll do something, your brain will deceive you, something will go wrong in your thinking process, and you'll make a mistake. I think that is the train of thought. You'll make a mistake today worrying about something that's going to happen 5 days from now. And that's what they have to avoid at any cost.
Right.
Anyway, they have time to prepare for a tie break. And if either of them didn't prepare for a tie break before the match, I would think that's careless. At least your teams can start thinking about it now, and they can map out a few directions, and you must have played some training games, and come on, I mean, you have to have this in your repertoire. It's just as much a part of the match. So no, I think you cannot do stuff to avoid the tie break and all, because you're getting much worse odds today for something potentially avoidable some days from now. I don't see the logic.
Wow. Okay, that was great insight, Vishy. And while you were speaking, Gukesh did go for the move that you wanted the most. Knight h5 is on the board.
Now I think the only hope for white is queen e2, because otherwise, what is white's plan? I mean, I've seen an idea like queen d8, rook d8, and then bishop c7. But the problem is, after rook d7, you're not solved anything. So
Right. So maybe knight h5, there has to be, you mentioned queen e2. Is there any other move, Tania, that you feel maybe white can try? Bishop g5?
But bishop e7 feels like you're solving a lot of problems in that.
Also, I can play queen d1 and h6.
Instead of here, yeah, queen d1.
Instead of bishop e7. Though I think bishop e7 is perfectly playable.
Sorry? If bishop g5, bishop e7, queen takes queen, then just maybe rook takes, and the knight defends the bishop, so should be fine. Yeah, so bishop g5, or just allowing to take the bishop.
Vishy, we have seen Ding hesitate a bit sometimes, even in tiny bit better positions. He is willing to go for the repetition. Do you think it's just a bit of confidence, or do you think it's a strategy to kind of just play it safe?
I think he's come in a frame of mind where he was prepared for a lot of things to go wrong, and maybe this produces a certain amount of caution. But for me, the only question mark is game 5. I think game 8, he just didn't see that thing. I mean, the problem is with the computer, everything is so obvious. And these lines with the opposite color bishops look easier than they are. I think at the board, when Gukesh declined the draw with queen d5, it might not have been that obvious to both of them that white was much better. But I think he's come into the match with some amount of caution, and to be honest, if he was in that state, then it's gone better for him than he thought it would go.
And Vishy, on the other hand, we've had Gukesh, who's been declining repetitions in position where it's hard to understand or it's hard to imagine anything to play for. Seeing those moments happen in the match, I think it's been twice already. What has been your reaction? Have you felt proud of how gutsy the decision is, or is it, Gukesh, what are you doing?
Both. I admire I mean, it's a huge statement actually. In that situation, to just say, you know what, let's play some more moves. I don't care. It's a massive statement. It shows a lot of confidence, guts, all that. The problem is, the worse his position is when he does it. I mean, you don't repeat, which is the move that keeps it equal, and then your the second best move is maybe just worse for you. Then you're stacking the odds against yourself. I mean, I think gutsiness and all is fine, but there is a logic to chess also, and you can't break that. So, with some nervousness, though after a while I started to realize that anyway it was not easy for Ding, and but part of me admired it a lot.
Yeah, very brave of Gukesh to go for these things. Many times when we look at Ding on the screen, it does feel like he is not enjoying himself, but when he gets into time pressure, he suddenly starts to play much better than when he has a lot of time. Did you also feel that?
Look, I'm not going to pretend that I understand his facial. I'm going to interpret his facial stuff very well, and his expressions and so on. But his moves certainly show a certain amount of hesitation. There have been several games where he has hesitated even in good positions and almost seems to hold himself back a little bit. But at the same time, it seems to be a coherent match strategy to keep it close but to punish any mistake severely. And also think about it, in game 8, I saw something very interesting. He didn't have to take on b5 at all. So when black played b5, he could have just left the pawn there.
I can actually pull up the game.
Yeah. So when...
8. So on.
Yeah, this masterpiece.
I think rook b1, b5.
So go back, further. Yeah, so here he blundered. He played rook b1 thinking I'm stopping b5 forever. In fact, he allowed it. It was already not possible, but he allowed it in a sense. Okay, but here he could just play some move like knight, queen d2 or something, allow the black to take a pawn. But, or maybe even, I don't know, rook c1 back. Black will get a little pawn mass there, but as long as I have my pawn on c4 and blocking that bishop on f7, I thought that's a reasonable idea. But after cb5, queen d6 check, king f1, cb5, bishop b2 is, I think it just shows his frame of mind. Bishop d2, bishop a2, and bishop d4. that now as the match progresses, he feels his best shot is to hit back quite aggressively because he senses Gukesh's aggressiveness, and he thinks I shouldn't be holding back too much. Just sack the pawn and go bishop d4. I mean, it paid off very well here, but it's not actually the correct plan. But I'm saying that both of them are following a strategy that rather than always playing the exact correct move.
Right.
So Ding also is defending quite aggressively sometimes.
Very nice insight there. CB5 taking that pawn was also quite a risky one. Vishy, while the game is going on, we have like a lot of people who have gathered here and we are watching this together. Is it okay if a couple of them can ask a couple of questions to you?
Sure.
Okay. Yes. Does anyone have a question? Maybe we can give it to him here. Yeah, it's on.
Hi sir, I'm Mukund Joshi here. Just one question, sir. Have you observed any psychological winning in this match till now?
Certainly, there's been a certain amount of stylistic pressure where they're both trying to find the positions they want. And Gukesh, with his declining his draw offers and so on, he's also showing some aggression in that sense. Having said that, I think they're behaving both very, very correctly, and there have been no other, I mean, nothing in the press conference or nothing like that where they're trying to put pressure on each other. It's, I think, very correct. They put all the pressure on each other at the board, and then they go back. So, very correct sporting way of doing it. But yes, in a sense, they are testing each other's plans and challenging each other a little bit here and there with their moves.
Right. And before we go to the next question, Vishy, one question is, do you think like press conferences are what makes World Championship matches a little bit more difficult than normally what they are? Because there you can be open to any sorts of questions, like you're not following the internet, but someone will ask you, oh, Magnus said so and so, or so and so player said something, and then you are no longer in that bubble anymore.
I think you have to. It's part of a World Championship. It's part of the game. I mean, you cannot. You create the bubble as much as possible. I remember my attitude in many of these press conferences almost talk as if I was talking on behalf of someone else, like I was a spokesperson for something, and then just get back to my room and erase the questions asked if they were unpleasant, and that's it. But you can't have the World Championship and then ask people not to do these things. I mean, it's part of the way fans will engage, and you have to put up with it.
Makes sense. Okay, anyone else? Yes, maybe.
Hi Vishesha, this is Preet. So my question is that Gukesh has been pushing in most of the games in this match, but he hasn't been able to get the breakthrough yet. He's not able to get the lead. So is it frustrating for him in any ways? And if yes, how does he get the energy going for the next 4-5 games?
He's not been that dominant in my opinion, except for this 2 games between 7 and 8 when it looked like Gukesh was really picking up momentum and Ding was being pushed hard. In the rest of the match, that's not the feeling I got. Game 3 was great. Game 1 was unfortunately been much more powerful. But while he has managed to put some pressure, I don't think theme. Which is why, again, I'm cautious about the final result, because it seems to me both of them have shown themselves capable of raising their game and landing that one punch. And we shouldn't underestimate that. I don't think Gukesh has been dominant in this match, but I don't blame him for it. I think it's the expectation that Ding would not be a match for him that was mistaken, not that Gukesh has failed in some way. especially in a match. This is exactly what can happen, and Ding has done that very well.
Very cool. Yeah, maybe one more. Maybe this side, if we can ask.
Hi Vishy sir, I am Dr. Arun, big fan of you sir. Just one crazy question, like as you know, it's my from so long, from 10 days, it's popping up in my mind that one of the Gukesh second might be Anish Giri or some Vidit, or like, do you think any some 2 or 3 guesses can you tell, like who might be the second of Anish? I mean the Gukesh.
If I could not possibly tell you, if I told you, you could not possibly believe me. And
No, at least after the World Championship match, it will be revealed, sir, or like how it will be kept as a
after the
secret.
World Championship match, Gukesh will tell you. You can ask him. But I was surprised if Anish was his second and doing double duty here, unless he's got an amazing contract. It sounds like too much leeway for the second. So I think it's time to tell Gukesh that he must put Anish on a 70-hour week.
Okay, thank you, sir.
If Anish was the second. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Wow.
It would be amazing to find out. I've got a question, Vishy, and of course you can tell us as little or as much as you want on this. You know, we see Gukesh on the screen. He's wearing the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy blazer. He comes with it every day. So before the match started, with your experience, was there any special piece of advice or some insight into the conversation that you had with Gukesh going into the match?
It's not only in the match. I mean, after the candidates, even while we were in Toronto, he asked me questions about some of my earlier matches. He asked me questions about my earlier matches last year, while before he had even qualified. These are things that have come up often in our conversation. I don't remember particularly what we did this time and last time. And as he's gotten closer, I guess some of the questions they didn't strike me as loaded, but maybe for him he's asking specific things and so on. So I'm not hiding anything from you, but I don't think there's anything that significant. Of course, we speak a lot. Though to tell you, normally I have lots of conversations with Gukesh, but in Singapore, on the day of the opening ceremony at the press conference, Sagar was there. We had a very good time chatting, and he was very relaxed. After that, I bumped into him several times, and the most he managed was a kind of forced smile. So his has shifted significantly.
We actually did see you making that opening move on that one day of Gukesh's game.
Neither of them even looked at me. Neither of them made a move, and we posed for the cameras. We went. Then, of course, to add insult to injury, they took the moves back, and then they made their own.
Yeah.
No, but that's for a protocol. But anyway, I'm joking.
Vishy sir, the internet has been kind of saying that Ding is a chill guy. Have you seen any of Ding's chilling memes or anything?
I don't know. They latch onto something. I don't know if it's true or not. He seems reasonably relaxed. I don't know him well enough to tell you if he's chilled or super hot.
But this, Vishy, you did mention about him having. I mean, we mentioned about him having Waka on his shirt, and you worked with him in the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. But we also got to know that Gukesh worked with Paddy Upton, and when I spoke to him, he said that he was contacted through OGQ, and you are part of OGQ, so I believe that was also some sort of a connection from there that Gukesh and Paddy Upton started to work together.
Yes, but the thing is that Westbridge and Waka have supported Gukesh throughout. I mean, they supported all his training, all arranging these kinds of extra options for him or consultations for him and things like that. So Westbridge and Waka have been there completely. And whenever we have met over the last few months, we have spoken a lot about these things. But look, the point is we assembled a very good team, and it's working well.
Amazing, amazing. Yeah, it's so much better to have someone on your side who's done this in this high pressure situation, because then you have someone guiding you. I think it's just so valuable. I think Vishy, the way in which you've been supporting the players, whether be it while playing or just by just talking to them a bit and just giving your insights, is just amazing. I think we should have a huge round of applause for Vishy here. So much of contribution. And I also know from Gukesh's parents that, of course, Aruna also guides them and so on. So it's like the entire family, Vishy, Aruna, supports Indian chess so much. So it's amazing. I think there was one more person here who wanted to ask a question. If we can give the mic. Because Ding has been thinking now for more than 18 minutes. He's not making a move. Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Vishy, sir. A big fan of yours. One question, sir. That we saw one interview of Kasparov where he said that these matches does not seem the world champion level matches. So I want to ask from a world champion like you, what is your view on this? Are these matches the world champion level or not?
They're totally the world championship level. I mean, the thing is, of course, Ding has struggled a little bit. But if you look at Gukesh, he came through one of the hardest qualification cycles, and he made it. So he fully deserves to be there. And Ding has also risen to the occasion in this match and playing a great thing. Look, you'll always have one or two players who opt out of this and that, and we can discuss this till the cows go home. But I don't really see the point of this discussion. For me, this is the World Championship match, and that's it. Certainly, Gary has a right to his view. I'm not going to dismiss it or something, but I know what he thinks, but I don't agree.
And Vishy, you said you're back in Chennai. Any plans of going back to Singapore for the match when it reaches its final moments?
It wasn't on the cards, but anything is possible.
Love it. By the way, we have an update that this move, Knight H5, which was played by Gukesh, only 9 games in the database with this move. The results haven't gone Black's way with 3 white wins and 6 draws, and Gukesh took 25 minutes to make this move. We've been seeing incredible opening ideas in every single game of this World Championship match. Vishy, is this what modern chess is about, and how difficult is it to navigate it over the board?
One thought is simply that they have forgotten how to play the QGD, because it hasn't been mainline theory for a while. I mean, everybody plays the London, so they hadn't had to think about the QGD a lot. And this line is slightly obscure. It's not the Queen C2 A3 stuff, which of course they prepared in some depth, or Rook C1 stuff. This is Bishop E2 takes C4, which was not thought to be, let's say, exactly cutting edge. And maybe they've just forgotten. Maybe it took Gukesh 25 minutes to work out Knight H5, and Ding seems to be taking the same amount of time. Surprisingly, slightly more with Ding, because he has played D4 forever, and he should know what to do here, or at least remember what he thought he should do here. Also, I remember a game I played with Aronian in Tal Memorial in 2011. where exactly this, it went queen e2, knight f4, ef4, and then I struggled for quite some time. But I remember that I had played h6 as well. And that combines badly because whenever the knight comes to e5, I cannot play f6. g6 is weak, and there was details like that. Here it works. So if you're going to do this, then the statutory warning is don't play h6 and knight f4.
Got it. Well, Vishy, yeah, I would love if you can ask a question, but we have another guest here whom we would like to invite, and it would be so wonderful to have him here in the same frame as you. I think many years ago, 4 years ago, this had happened when Grandmaster Abish Matthew was there online and Vishy was there. I think if we can just invite Abish, if you can join in here. Abish, if you remember, you had played a game with Vishy in 2020, right?
It is the most memorable moment in my life. I might have children later, but that'll be the moment that'll play in my head all the time. Yes, I do remember. What an incredible game it was. You showed us how you are 50 steps ahead while I am 50 steps behind. In total, 100 steps. So I don't even get to play the game. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, I think it was really wonderful. And of course, Abish, we thought that you are no longer like following chess and all, but you are here and it's so wonderful to have you. I just wanted you and Vishy to, have this moment together and, you could, be in the same frame.
I had a question. I saw so many intelligent questions that the audience was asking, and I feel like you missed out on one major question. The game has been match game?
Game.
The game has been on for an hour. Yet I see the king still in the back row. I'm not understanding the strategy yet. Could you tell me why?
Well, when back in 21, 3 years ago, when we were all stuck at home and totally going mental, people started putting the king on e2. But that is not actually typical chess, Sagar.
Okay, it's a typical chess tournament?
This is reversion to the mean. This is reversion to serious chess. They've actually put the king where it belongs. But in those days, you got this false idea that the king belonged on e2, and it was a bad time for everyone.
Wow. It was a great time for me. Second follow-up question about the king. I don't want to brag, but did both the kings castle?
Yes.
I just walked in, and if I could infer that, this either means that I've forgotten chess completely, or it was castled.
It was?
Did they castle together?
Back-to-back moves, yes. They knew that you were coming today, so they were very careful with their kings.
Immediately.
I'm so proud that both of them were like, we should at least move the king a little bit because I'm coming. It's okay.
Oh, by the way, Vishy, there is a move on the board. Bishop g5 has been played by Ding Liren.
I can see what happened.
Not the principal line for me.
You
Let's say I
think
play bishop e7.
Bishop
What is it called?
e7, and if queen takes queen,
Rook takes queen.
I mean, here I could even play bishop takes d8 if I wanted, but let's say knight. Okay, let me play rook d8. So what
take.
exactly do you want?
Yes.
Knight takes e7.
And then if I
White
check,
can play knight e5 to stop bishop d7. But is it such a big deal? Bishop d7, knight d7, rook d7. How bad is this?
It's great.
I mean, it should be just equal. So
I think that's a spectacular move. I think they should do that.
but Vishy, what about g4 here? Does that make any sense? Like, does g4, g5 give any small little edge?
Yes, but my position is still quite solid. I mean, G4, I go knight F6. G5, I go knight E8. Nothing to set the heart racing, but I will play bishop D7 next.
I must say, I must concur. If you bring the knight on to F8, 8F, then can the king with the knight
Okay, Abhish,
mix the moves?
I think I'll answer that.
You answer that, Sagar.
Sorry?
You nailed it, Abhish.
Thank you.
By the way, Vishy, this, I think bishop G5 and maybe Gukesh will have another very long think here. It's quite possible. So it was amazing having you here to get your insights, to know a few things. We are very hopeful that you are able to maybe join at a later point today, tomorrow. It would be fantastic, Vishy. It was amazing.
Sure, I'd love to come back if the game lies up again. That will be very interesting.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Amazing to have you.
Thank you all.
And it was amazing to have the 5-time world champion here. And I think, Abhish, now
yes,
it'll be your analysis, which will greatly diminish the accuracy.
Yes.
But will take the entertainment value very high. Yeah, like you will.
Well, yeah. You know what? I feel offended now. I was just going to end by saying, don't worry, everyone who's watching, I'll explain in hyper detail why D7 to F6 makes sense than a G5 to A, B, C, D, G3.
Ooh, we have a move, by the way, Abhish.
Oh,
Just as you were saying, the
Abhish.
bishop has fallen back, and I know that's the move you had in mind as well.
Exactly.
The attack on the queen taken care of. To me, it really looks like the position is going to head into some trades now. And perhaps Gukesh has managed to neutralize White's first move advantage with this last move, Sagar.
Could be that he neutralizes, but Abhish, this problem bishop on C8, it cannot move any more out. Does that
Scary.
make you feel like things are not yet equal for black?
I think it's not equal for black, just the world that we live in.
Stream private होने वाली है.
But I have this question going in my head, and I know this is like you just said it's going to go into this phase where a lot of trades are going to happen.
Very likely.
Do you think it's smart for whoever takes the queen first, they get an advantage? Because anyway, queens are going to go.
That's actually a great question, because in chess, what we learn is never trade on your opponent's terms. Always trade on your terms. So, for example, whoever blinks first here, if black was to take the queen on d1, it's white that captures the d file with the rook. So, which is why Gukesh hasn't rushed with it. If white does it, then Gukesh's rook comes on the d file. So, the tension's maintained.
I hope my face makes you believe that I have understood.
Oh,
But I know this. I think in the last one, last championship that I was part of, I kind of I learned that if you have the rook and if you have the queen in the same line, then that entire is secured and you only work towards right. Yes.
Abhish, the way you think about chess is completely different. Like, it's very, very unique. How you think.
Thank you. My physics teacher used to say that about me in school also. She told me to take arts, and I was like, if I'm so special in physics, then why shouldn't I stick to it? No?
We're just glad you're here with us.
Yeah, thank you. I haven't said hi.
Hi.
We haven't met. My name is Abhish.
Sahil.
My first name is G, last name is M.
By the way, Sagar bhai, this might be a good moment to kind of confirm another participant for our upcoming
COB.
Yeah.
So
Well,
we've got
you know.
Viswa in, we've had
Anirban.
in, they've confirmed.
And also Samay, of course.
They all
He's,
suck.
yeah.
So are you ready to take COB on?
I was waiting for this. I mean, I would love to be on this side commenting on their game for the entertainment value and for the dignity of the sport itself. I would say it's high time that I'm not there but here.
Yes.
Yes.
You mean for, as a
an
commentator?
expert, yes.
Oh, not to play.
See, if I play, it'll be like you said, unconventional.
Right.
And if unconventional is what you want, then I'm your man.
Right.
If conventional is what you want, then you get one of your Biswas, and you get your Anirbans and Babasetia, Sames, all the ones who know how to play. But if there's a younger generation watching chess, remember this sport has been there for centuries. It is only you who can change the rules.
What? Who are you pointing at?
There are 3 kids here, so they're the next generation. That's right. You are a king. Make the first move.
Like, the king cannot make the first
Sorry,
move.
I meant you're the king. You can tell the pawns to make the first move. That's
Nice.
just the way the world
But
goes.
have you been following the match, Abish?
Honestly, I have not. Now I am more intrigued. Because when I walked in and I saw the timer at 1 hour 24 minutes, I thought that's the stream has started for that long. I wasn't aware that it goes on for could you tell me a little bit more about how the timings work on this?
Yeah, so the format, it's classical,
Okay.
long format. Both players start with 2 hours each on the clock, so 120 minutes each.
Okay.
And there's no bonus time. So it's that, and they have to complete 40 moves in 2 hours. So if you don't do that, then regardless of what's happening on the board, you lose on time. You lose the game.
Okay.
So we've seen these crazy time scrambles happen where mistakes are made. So it gets very tense in those final few minutes. Once you reach that first time control, you make the 40 moves, then both of them get an additional 30 minutes on the clock. So it goes on. So you're here for a while is what I'm trying to say.
I'm very excited. This is like F1 for the intellectuals. What I wanted to ask in this game is, in general, who is winning and losing? Or is it equal? Because everything looks like a mirror, almost like a mirror. Like the queen is in the same place, the king's in the same place, the rooks are in the same place. You know, your
The pawns,
bishops.
all the pawns.
All the pawns, yes, exactly. They've traded 0 so far.
You know, these are some very tough questions you are asking, Abish.
Hey, if you didn't want
Because-
smart questions, you should have called me. I'm just saying.
So and you're right, because this game is very, very equalish. But on the left, we can see the bar here, which shows 0.2 at the top, which means that white is very slightly better, which means Ding Liren is slightly ahead. If it's 0.0, it would have been equal. So here, the only reason why white is slightly better is because the bishop here is undeveloped. It is not able to come out. It's blocked by its own pawns. Meanwhile, white's bishops and everything is beautifully developed. So this is the problem that Gukesh is facing, and he's trying to solve it.
Ah, understood. That I get. Follow-up question. When you mean develop, you mean they move from their original position?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
They
Now I
come
can
out.
see.
They come out and do something useful. So this guy is not doing much. So if you push the pawn forward and get it on this long diagonal,
That's what
it
I
would
would say.
be doing.
Just one quick thing would have been amazing. Has this white bar on the left and the black bar on the at the bottom has been there in the games that I've also played?
Yes. Always. You have never seen it, yeah? First time.
I thought it was battery, but
It used to move.
But it's never been in the middle when
Yeah,
you've
it
been
used to
playing.
move a lot more.
That's just how I roll, you know. It's never in the middle when I'm playing.
Your bar, like when you used to play, it used to get so tired. It used to move up and down that, yeah, it's right now very calm.
Abhish, by the way, looking at the body language,
yes,
who do you feel is more nervous?
Maybe if we can go full
Zoom in.
screen.
Let's go full screen.
Let's go
and
full
on,
screen.
Get a read by Abish on the players.
Abish, I think you generally are very observant of people around you, and so what's your feeling like right now?
See, I can see if you look at Gukesh's right foot, at the bottom. It's shaking.
Oh, very quickly noticed.
But if everyone can slowly stop. Continue, throw 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's a long stream. 9, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. What's going on? 28, 29, 30. As you can see, it's not as fast as his heart rate. So that means he's at a calmer space. He is just double timing his heart rate, which is duk duk, duk duk, duk duk. So he's like. So he's calmer, I can definitely say. Ding, on the other hand, has his jacket. As a gentleman, he's taken off his jacket and given it to the chair because the chair was feeling cold. So I feel both of them. And why is it that Gukesh has a gaming chair? What? Hey, wait a second. This is a game of equals.
So the players actually chose their own chairs. They had the option. So Ding chose the left one and Gukesh chose the right
It's
chair.
like, you know,
Do
these
you
two...
think that tells us something about their personalities? The fact that Gukesh went for a gaming chair and Ding has got this more conservative office chair?
You know, conservative office chairs is where bigger decisions about the world are made. So I think it was a tough decision for Ding to take that chair, and it's because decisive moves. Gukesh has got a more relaxed. It's a game, everybody. Life is a game, you know. We got 2 hours. We got to spend with each other. So the body language-wise, I would say Gukesh is chiller because of the ergonomic chair design, which is letting a lot of blood percolate and circulate through the body. But if you see, Ding's chair selection is adding unnecessary corporate stress. And that's why, if you have a corporate chair without an HR person, you disintegrate.
No, he has his seconds, yeah.
Yes, they're all
Yeah, they are there to help him. That's his team members. So they help him a lot. Although, you know, chess is like an individual sport. A lot of work happens in the background. And that's what Ding and Gukesh both have their team members.
This is great. And why? Oh, hey, something
We have
happened.
a move.
played a move.
And this is one move that we hadn't
E4.
looked at.
No.
Instead of trading, we were expecting exchanges. Ding keeps the tension. The bishop with the face-off against the dark squared bishop. The queen's also still on the board. Again, Ding is saying trade on my terms. If you take the bishop, my knight jumps to a very active square. Also, the queen will start eye-lining the knight on h5. Maybe we can show that with some arrows, Sagar. If bishop takes bishop, the knight jumps forward, the h5 knight as well, under...
This one.
Oh, that one. Oh, this I know.
And then the queen is lining the knight on h5. In a way, saying, Gukesh, take my queen to get out of that threat and allow my rook to the central file.
Oh. See, when you say it with diagrams, it's so much easier. With numbers and digits, I'm still getting used to it.
No, arrows and all we make all
Yeah,
the time.
we try.
So, Abhish, knight e4, 2 pieces now defending this, 2 pieces attacking this. So, you cannot really win it anymore. What would be your move as black here? Like a very serious move. What would you play?
Guys, I'm always serious, number one. See, the nomenclature, the knight at e4 cannot move. That's like right in the center, right? You know, it's the piece de resistance because...
Abhish, you're black. You have to make a move with black.
Okay, got it. But only by knowing your enemy's move do you know your moves.
That's a very good point. This is where it's come at, and you have to respond to that.
Exactly. Why? Because we have 2 hours. If it was 10 minutes like what I'm used to playing, then I am clicking wherever the mouse allows me. So this is a smarter move. Okay, on a serious note, what would I do?
Yes.
I know that my my rook is not developed yet, right? So I would want my rook to get a freedom. So maybe if I move the pawn out just so that...
We
you know,
have a move, by the way.
You have a move. What is the move?
A5 is what Abhish...
A5
But
you
knight
wanted to play.
F6 is what Gukesh has done.
Yes.
He's come back with his knight.
And I think this is smart because that knight on h5 was a vulnerable piece. It was undefended. Knights on the rim are very dim. You need to get it back to the center of the board. But it's also in some ways you're accepting a little bit that did I make a error by putting my knight there? What did he achieve in these last 3 moves? Because he's gone back and forth with the knight, right?
Yeah, I think Gukesh is asking a question. Do you want to simplify further? Like if you take, it simplifies. But maybe what Ding might do is instead of his knight being here, he can move it back to this side to have more pieces on the attack. Ooh. Maybe not the best idea though. Guys, what is a good move for black here? Yeah, very good. Very quick.
H6.
H6.
I was also thinking the same.
But why, Abhish? बोल दे भाई सब.
मैं इधर देखता हूँ, तू मुझे बोल, उसको लगेगा. You're not mic'd. Say it loudly. Because पीछे बोलो. अरे, you say what I have to say. No. I think it's to send the very dangerous and potent bishop back.
But what if the bishop goes back?
What if the bishop goes back? It's g5.
But yeah, the bishop gets trapped.
Of course, basic, right, buddy?
This reminds me of this famous story. I don't know if it happened or not. When Einstein had gone somewhere and then he was going with his driver. And then the driver said, I'll become Einstein for a day. And then the question was asked and he said, oh, this is so easy.
It's so easy. Even my driver can answer it. That's true. I'm keeping an eye out on you, okay? Throughout the game if they ask me. Did they make a move?
No, knight f6 is on the board.
And what are they writing?
The moves.
Oh, you have to log your own moves?
Yes.
And it's for a lot of practical reasons. You remember when we were talking about the time control to see how far you are from reaching move 40?
Right.
So they also have the move counter written on that score sheet. So you know exactly how many moves are left and how much time you have left to make them. Sometimes you have to claim a draw because the position has happened thrice, a 3-fold repetition. So you can kind of double check on your score sheet if it's actually the case.
Oh, this is move 12 then?
This is move 12. For this move, 2 minutes 48 seconds a Ding has taken after knight f6. Yes, and they have to reach move 40 and this is the amount of time that they have left.
And that's 2 hours in total.
It's 2 hours each. Right now, Ding has an hour and 11 minutes left and Gukesh has an hour and 22 minutes left. So Gukesh ahead on the time a little bit.
I can still see that the white bar says 0.2. I just want to tell the viewers that basically means that the advantage is on the player that's playing with the white team.
Pieces.
Pieces.
Yes, absolutely. Right.
Hey, you might call them pieces. They are real to me. You know, when I'm playing, I don't think we have met. I wanted to tell you just a strategy that like Sagar and I discovered. I play chess with a vengeance. That means that if someone takes my rook, then I'm like, "Kaise liya tune?" Then everybody will descend on, even if it's a pawn.
Yeah.
And I lead from the front. So that kind of strategy has always gotten me nowhere. I do not recommend you use that. Listen to the professionals.
But you know, I think you have a deeper point there because the pieces need to work as a team. If you've got all 16 pieces, including the pawns, doing different things on the board, you're clearly not doing well on the board. So actually the pieces have to coordinate, like we see the 2 knights in the center defending that white bishop. Like we see Gukesh saying, I want my knight to come back to coordinate with the bishop and the queen that's behind it. So petition to call pieces team.
They're a family anyways, right? So
I can't believe I made you agree with something I said. Save yourself, have some dignity. But thank you.
I was trying to help you,
I
Abhish.
appreciate it. Also, I've been seeing this body language, but Ding has been looking every now and then. See, there. Is that a popular intimidation move, or is that like
I think that's what Ding is doing throughout the match, and Gukesh doesn't do it. So this is something where maybe he does it every few seconds.
It's because Gukesh has the more comfortable chair. So he's like, should have gone for the gaming chair.
But you know, often in chess, it is intimidation tactics if you look your opponent in the eye and hold that stare for a little bit. You see top players do that a lot, you know, a few seconds of stare off. But I think here we just see Ding give these nervous glances and then look back at the board. So not much of a stare-off we get because Gukesh keeps avoiding that completely, sometimes with his hand on his head or just not looking up at Ding at all.
Sagar, we have a red flag actually from Rakesh that we are still following a game where white won. And that was apparently Melkumian versus Saric.
Oh, two very strong grandmasters.
Oh. Wow.
So they have been in this position, and after 8-6, bishop takes knight was played in that game.
Yeah.
Why don't they do that here?
Yeah, in this position, bishop 6 was played actually. Yeah.
Oh, after knight f6. Immediately here, bishop takes knight happens. So Ding's move, how aware is he of that game? I'm not sure because he's taken a lot of time. So it's safe to say that the players are out of their preparation now.
Actually, just to add here, if you take with the bishop knight and then the bishop takes back, somehow the white's knight is now unchallenged. It is very well placed in the center. And if we put our queen here, let's say queen c2, and try to get rook into the center, the knight jumping in, it does start looking a little bit nice for white, no? Like white looks much more comfortable.
It's such a decision to give up your bishop pair as well. So once you do that, when you take that knight and give up the dark squared bishop, you have to go quickly with the initiative. I really like the idea. And I think that will create our first imbalance of today, if bishop takes knight does happen. Also, after queen c2, if we have that position on the board, Sagar, bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, queen c2, notice how suddenly, oh, by the way, he takes with the knight. So no bishop takes knight on the board.
Knight takes knight.
But this means Ding is again taking a sort of a cautious approach where he's trading more pieces than necessary, not creating a fighting imbalance.
It's a check, right?
It is a
It
check.
is a
Do you
check.
have a okay, before you were saved by Gukesh, I was going to ask you, do you move your king here?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, but he also takes the queen.
Oh.
Wow. I guess, guys, I am pretty sure.
Take it.
We are heading into a very equal endgame.
I am very glad you said equal. no D word, yeah.
Which one?
D-R-A.
Oh, draw. Yes. No, I mean, I could have also said that this would end in a draw, but there's still some play left. Like, let's say, Abhish, you take this with the rook.
Okay, I'll take it.
And then the bishop takes here. The pawn takes back. And we reach this position where it looks so equal. Like two knights aside, two bishops, two rooks. The only imbalance is that black is undeveloped. If white can take advantage of that. But it is impossible, right? If you do this, I just bring my bishop out.
I think there's another big disadvantage here for the white team. But for the black there is that now the king was completely open to move.
This one, right. Oh.
In the previous one, your king is still blocked. So, I mean...
So you are saying like here, the king...
all the way. The pawn.
That sounds more like a knight, by the way.
By the way, yesterday somebody sent us 16 kg of sweets. For somebody from the chat.
Yesterday or today?
Yesterday or day of yesterday, I think.
Oh, thank
they
you.
said 2 days back.
Acha, 2 days
It
back.
arrived
Arrived 2 days back, yeah.
And you, as in like they were watching, so they ordered and they sent for you guys?
Yeah, 16 kg of sweets.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of food gifts.
Did you share it with the rest of them as well?
I think we will.
We will, right? Okay, great. Children, no sweets for you. This requires attention, only black coffee.
By the way, while we are talking here, oops, and I've just, I have. Oh, thank you so much, Abhish. We have a guest in our midst right now. I hope he's here because I saw him over there. He is a grandmaster who has been the coach of the Indian team and has helped India to win gold medal. This time, in fact, Tania was in the same team. So let's give a huge round of applause.
Grandmaster Abhijit.
To Grandmaster Abhijit.
Where is he?
He's there. Abhijit, if you would like to join for a few minutes.
I will leave this for a more...
You can be here maybe for a few minutes. It would be very cool to...
No, please. You out of all the people, I should be standing.
No, you should be here.
Oh, I should be here. Okay. So I'm getting nervous.
Guys, a huge round of applause for Abhijit Kunte, India's fourth Grandmaster, and also Pune's first, and now a very, very amazing trainer, winner of the Dhyan Chand Award, and a big, big asset to the Indian chess community. So Abhish, very cool to have Vishy, then Abhijit, and then you. It's like we are having all A's today, Abhish, Anand, Abhijit.
Yeah.
So good to see you.
Nice meeting you.
Oh, nice to meet you as well.
So just a quick little introduction from my side as well. Of course, a very strong grandmaster, but I think Abhijit has been the big game changer when it's come to Indian women chess. We won the most number of medals.
All the medals.
Yeah, actually all the medals, it's true. With him as our head coach. I think for me personally also it's been a big journey starting from 2012 where I got my first individual Olympic medal. He was the coach. And then in 2021, the Indian women team for the first time won a historic silver in the World Team Championship. He was the head coach. Chennai and now Budapest. So what's the secret?
Asian Games.
Sorry, Asian Games, the one that I wasn't there as well. We won a medal. What's the secret, Abhijit?
I think the women team was always very strong, but somehow everything was not aligning together. So I just made sure that everyone work in the same direction and they don't take pressure. And as he was saying that, it is very important to develop the pieces.
Yes, thank
you. They develop the pieces, the castle, and then they play the game. It's so simple. Yes.
It's question: did any of them move their king in the first half of the game? Just looking for people like me.
If you are watching Tania's game, I think after 45 minutes, you're already very tense.
Why?
Live feedback session here on the stream. सुनने में आया है अभी होगा feedback तानिया का.
Okay, maybe that's a conversation for later then.
No, but actually this game I was watching,
Yes.
I think the main issue was he should have played bishop f6 and then queen c2 because most important thing is to keep that c8 bishop inactive. That was the whole idea of playing this line. That's what I thought. Because if the c8 bishop comes out, then it's just equal. But if you can somehow manage to keep that bishop inside, then white has some chances.
And we were looking at this, right? Creating the first imbalance in the position. And this would be the ambitious move by white.
Yes.
But Abhijit, we've been seeing this time and time again in this match. When Ding has the opportunity to do that, instead he takes a safer approach. It feels that he's happier to go into a position where there's no risk rather than one that, where there are chances, but it can also backfire.
See, you should understand that he is the strongest player who has not lost for more than 100 games. So it's not easy to beat Ding. So it's important for Gukesh to create more chances because I think opening is not playing a big part in this match. It's all about middle game, and somehow we see that in the middle game you have whatever line they're playing, it is getting forcefully equalized. And it is not what I would say equal, it's like getting drawish. There is a big difference between having an equal game with some initiative, but the positions are like dead, what they're getting. So Gukesh, I think, has to create some chances, create some pressure, because the more chances he gets, the more opportunities he will get to win the match.
And do you think that could be part of Ding's strategy that, equalize
If
it?
I am Ding, I will just try to draw all the games.
And let Gukesh come at you.
Yes, Gukesh come at me, and that is where I get chances. Yeah? Because if you see his game in Olympiad, he was there also, he was not trying anything. And more importantly, he was very tense when he's playing. So you have to put him in that situation more often. The more often he gets into that situation, there is a big chance that he will crack.
And Abhish, you know that there are 14 games. So this is the 10th one. And if the score ends at 7-7, then they go into a rapid format, which is much closer to the time controls that we saw in COB. It's 25 minutes each. And there they say that Ding is a small favorite over Gukesh because he can play better chess in a shorter format. So perhaps that's why Abhijit says, if it's in Ding's control, he will draw all the games that are left and then go into that format.
So 11 and all of them are 2 hours?
14
14 games. All of them 2 hours?
2 hours each.
2 hours each. So is that why chess GMs, everybody starts so young?
Yes, because I think that's the main reason why they put them into chess. Because their parents want children to sit at one place. No, that's the story. Like, that's how I started playing chess.
Just to put you in one place. So basically, if you have children who have a lot of like energy, you should ask them to play chess, because by the time they play one tournament, 14 games, 2 hours each, they will grow up.
Yes.
Well, right now Gukesh has been thinking for his next move. He hasn't made it yet. I don't know what he's thinking about. He can take with the bishop, knight, but the rook capture seems the most logical. Yes.
Yeah, I think we can say that knight takes queen will not happen. By the way, we have a move with the most logical and the most natural
took
capture
with the rook.
With the rook.
And Ding also took the bishop now. Pawn takes has happened. And he instantly plays his rook to d1, challenging the rook on the d file.
Let's go, rook!
And I think black now has a decision to make whether to play bishop d7, b6, bishop.
We have a decision already.
Already?
He's gone for development, bishop d7.
And why are they playing so fast suddenly? Like all the moves are just flowing.
I think it's very natural. Yeah, rook c1, rook c8, then play king f8, king e7. White goes bishop e2 and...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think Abhi should be very happy once the black king gets to the e7 square. Just start moving. Journey of the king.
Just, yeah, I'm so excited to... Just, before my time is done here...
One king move.
I want to see one king move. And then I can go happy. So now... is this what... Oh, that's what the board looks like.
Yes, this is the position. He's brought his rook into the center of the board. And I'm just hoping that Gukesh plays king f8. I want to take a short break right now. First rook c8, yeah?
First rook c8.
First bring the rook in.
Right.
And then king f8, king e7. Could
And
very
then
well happen.
King d6, then king backflips. The front flips.
Yes, I think we'll be discussing more king moves on the other side of this break, Sagar.
Yes, we need to wait for a couple of minutes. But Abhish, one question to you.
Please go
Do you speak a lot of languages?
I can speak English, Hindi, Malayalam, gibberish. The last one I'm the most proficient in. In gibberish, you say hello like... And you say bye with just one less.
Okay, so if you guys also want to learn so many...
Follow up on that. How would you say... Oh, by the way, we do have a move. It's bishop to e8. Not rook c8, but I think this is also a good move.
Not king f8.
But it will happen, Abhish. It will happen. In gibberish, if you had to wish Gukesh all the best, how would you do it?
That's a very small...
That's all the best, Godspeed, and best of luck put together. Now, everyone say it together, but you have to say it like you mean it.
No, we should say all the best, or we should... Yeah.
All three of them in gibberish go...
Wonderful. Okay.
It's amazing.
Gukesh.
Oh, I couldn't get it.
He has left, yeah?
On that note.
He's left.
On that note, we'll also take a short break and see you all on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hola. Download the AirLearn app now.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
Yeah, for a second.
Welcome back, everyone. That was a wonderful little Chess.com video we had here with Abhi shouting like, I need the membership. And so if any of you here want to go premium, then you have 1 month free premium membership. It's in the pinned message. It's absolutely free. You can click on any of the links. There is a link of Tania, Samay and ChessBase India. You can click on any of them and upgrade.
It's a whole month free that you get to try all the very cool features that are there. My favorite is the game analysis mode, where right after you see how many brilliancies you've made, how many mistakes you've made. So it's a great tool to improve. Abhish, how's your chess.com journey been so far?
So far, it's been an incredible journey. I have...
How many games?
How many games? You know, at the stage level that I'm at, I don't remember them as games, as stories. Only the best one turns out. But the best part is that every time I come back and I want to play, I'm reminded of the last game that I played, and that was COB finals. Not the finals, like for me it was the finals. Like elimination round is technically finals for me. But then when I keep coming back and checking it, I always see other people's scores are getting better, but mine remains the same because I believe in fixed deposits. And that's, I just keep it locked till the time the next COB happens. Then you get to see the journey from that, you know, from that to this. I one day found out I had a diamond and a term GM added, which I did not add. I wanted to clarify that. Who did it?
I think that must be our special Rakesh bhai.
Oh, Rakesh
You did it. You made me.
Finally, you found the man who made you into a GM.
Somebody, true story, I've said this to somebody else as well. I was auditioning for some show in the US, okay? And then they saw on Wikipedia that the word Abhish is a grandmaster or a GM Abhish. And then they got so impressed with the fact that I play chess that I had to pretend for the rest of the audition. Yeah, of course I play a little bit here and there. But they looked at the ratings and they're like, but it doesn't look like. I said, I have another account. This is just the parody account.
By the way, Abhish, in your honor, the first king move has happened in the game. And
Abhish, do you feel betrayed that Ding played the first king?
No, anybody play. I am all about the king. It doesn't matter black or white.
Sagar, should we do a quick action replay from when
Yes.
we left it? Because we've had a couple of moves and a couple of trades.
Yes, so bishop d7 was played, and now rook c1, bishop e8, Rook takes rook, rook takes rook, and king went to f1, and the king is coming into the center, and I won't be surprised, in order to honor Abhish's presence here, Gukesh will also play king f8.
You bet. You know, I love the fact, I think I prefer Ding's king over Gukesh's king right now, because Ding's king is so polite. He was like this. Excuse me, I'm just gonna go from here. Excuse me, I'll go from here. What would others do? They will ask the pawns to move. But this king is like, I will go around the pawns. Well done, Ding king. Ding's king.
That's very well. I think you've just given life to king.
Yeah.
Very nicely done. By the way, I had asked you this question about which languages you speak, and then we wished Gukesh in gibberish, and all of that happened. But guys, if you would like to learn any new languages, we have AirLearn, who has been our sponsor for today. So please do check out the link in the description. It is a very interesting app. I also used it, and it was very, very nice. Okay, so King F1 has been played, and we are waiting for Gukesh to play. He's very focused. My feeling is that this game may not see huge swings here, but still, would you say that there is some intrigue left?
The intrigue is left on the left side of the board, because look at the pawn formations that both have, right? Black has got these double pawns and a small little weakness on h7, which can start becoming a target once Gukesh's king does an Abhish and starts walking away from there. So there is something to play for, and I think, for example, if Magnus was playing with the white pieces, I think we're looking at another 40 moves being played here, with him trying to combine ideas along that h7 pawn and maybe push somewhere, Sagar, the b pawn ahead, a3, b4, try to dislodge that knight from c6 and enter with your own rook to the 7th rank. He'll need a lot of help from Gukesh to make all of this possible.
Yeah.
Magnus se pucha bhi kya tha, in that end game, that one side pawn end game, whether you would push against if you were playing the World Championship. He was like, if I was playing somebody weaker, for sure, I'm going to play that end game. This is like much more complex.
And everyone's weaker than Magnus, so he would play it against everyone.
At what stage does the end game start? Like, for me, when I'm playing, it's end game from get-go.
Look at the last move. King G7.
Wow.
Forward.
It's happening.
It's happening.
It's happening.
Believe in the power of manifestation. Whatever you want will come true. I couldn't believe that I was invited to be here and the kings would move right when I was here. That's, it means a lot to me. I don't know for you guys.
Because
No, it does.
if
You're
in
right.
general you would come at this time, it would be still like early open, like middle game. And generally kings wouldn't move. Really, it's weird coincidence.
I'm telling you, I bring the end game with me.
This is a very smart choice by Gukesh, I want to say. We were talking about how if the king moved towards the right side, that h7 pawn will be weak. So he's kept the king close to the only weakness. And I think there's a possibility that we might see this f pawn move one step ahead, vacating a path for the king to go forward towards the center of the board. It also comes with the idea that you are restricting your opponent's bishops by placing your pawn in this kind of a triangular setup of f5, e6 and f7.
Why not move the c6 knight? Okay, sorry. Oh yeah, to d4 to tempt the knight at f3 to take that knight, so that your castle,
can take. But there's this pawn, Abhish.
Rook. That's a rook.
Yeah, that's a rook. But there's this pawn which is here. So if you put your knight here, it would just hang for free. Because there's also a pawn, so it's like double protected.
See, that's why I should take premium membership to what you said to learn.
There's 1 month free, by the way.
Oh, it's 1 month free. Access code GM Abhish Matthew.
We actually offered 1 week free, but chat khush nahi hui. So ab jaake Mogambo hopefully khush hoga.
Okay.
But I think what Abhish did mention is interesting if you put your knight here on e5. Because then you could trade it this way. I'm actually wondering if Ding wants to push his pawn to g4 to limit these pawns cannot move ahead easily, and this could be a clamping move. So there can be certain possibilities still to keep fighting for very little.
It really just comes down to Ding's mindset, right? How much does he want to play for? And what we've seen so far in the game, personally, I get a feeling that Ding is happy to get a draw here. You know, that trade that happened on f6, he could have taken it with the bishop, keeping the position more alive, but he chose an alternative that goes into this very level endgame. You know, if Gukesh was playing with white, I would not have been surprised if we see a move like g4. I think Ding, he will keep things solid, get his king to e2, perhaps the rook goes to d1, trade the rooks off as well, and try to get closer to that draw. What are the chances we get that?
Yeah, I think it might happen. Abhish, maybe the game that you came to is like very, very equalish. You know, like there's not much in terms of fireworks happening.
I think if you condense the entire game into 10 minutes, all the fireworks will happen. This patience and intelligence, and take time. This now I see, ye dimag ka khel hai.
Correct. And that's why World Championship has always been under discussion, whether we should keep it such a long format and, then players generally are very, very accurate, or should we sort of shorten it and so on, which is why Magnus Carlsen also gave up his world title. He was like, this is too long and, players don't really make too many mistakes and he's a bit tired of it and so on. So he was the world champion. He said, I won't defend. That's how Ding became the next world champion.
Sagar bhai, maybe Gukesh becomes the world champion, fingers crossed, and then he agrees to whatever conditions Magnus wants, and then something...
And then there would be Magnus coming back.
Yeah.
Wow. That would be something.
Can I play one with you just for 2 hours?
Yeah.
Where I would still make the same moves that I do when it's a 10-minute chess, but I would definitely have these 3 poses.
And? Yes. Yes, that's the chess.
And final one.
These are 3 typical chess postures, yeah? You see it in every tournament.
I feel like chess players are not allowed to show their face while thinking. They always cover themselves.
And actually, this is the most famous. This.
Yeah. Cover the full face.
You put it,
Head and hands.
Correct.
Yep, this is what I was when I got the 12th marks.
You have to go closer. You have to go like this.
It avoids
Like
the
this?
stairs.
Yeah, and yeah.
Opponent के stairs दिखते नहीं है इससे. So
Why? Okay, quick question. Have you done this while you're playing? You've done
Every
this as well.
chess player has done this.
Why is that? Is there a muscle button?
It's sort of like that tunnel vision you get, right? You've seen those sort of visors that horses wear to block out everything around them.
Yeah.
So this is our visor.
Then why not just wear a visor when the stakes are so high? Use your hands to move, take notes, wear a visor. I would do that. I would come wearing a visor and just like this. Believed. No one plays with me for a reason, I feel.
But yeah, chess players...
Oh, we have a move, by the way. So king g7, a3 happened, and perhaps Ding is looking at the idea of displacing that knight on c6, the b pawn marching forward, and asking some questions, because if Ding manages to get the rook from c1 to the 7th rank, there are pawns that will be attacked. It's the sort of position where I feel if anyone can perhaps have a slight pull, given the pawn formation, the doubled f pawns, the slightly more active white bishop, perhaps Ding has just that tiny bit more push here, Sahil.
I think it's just his feeling of going for it that's what's lacking, I feel.
Correct.
Like the fact that he's not been going for it even in this game. He took on f6 in the most logical way, exchanged pieces. I think looking at Ding, he's probably going to hope to play king e2, rook d1, exchange rooks, maybe knight e5, knight takes, pawn takes, and that looks like the most likely trajectory here.
So here, what will Gukesh play? Is the question. Will he go and trade the knights? And then we have even less pieces on the board. But because the knight was defending this square, now the rook threatens to enter.
So king e2.
King comes up. And maybe I was thinking if we can pin here.
Oh, they moved.
Yeah, we do have a move, by the way.
He's played f5. Do you think Gukesh will go a little bit ambitious? I mean, this is very weird to even say this, because there are so few pieces and he should be very happy with a draw. But then again in this match, every time Ding wanted a draw, Gukesh was like, I want to fight. Today it might be not a wise idea, but he might do it.
And I loved what Vishy said, right? It's in equal parts admirable, but also really shocking in the moments that he's taken that decision. So I feel that here, it is very similar, the storyline. That can Black actually have some advantage to play for? White's pawn structure is so healthy. There are no weaknesses in Ding's camp, no targets to be made. I would be very surprised if Gukesh starts pushing. You know, if we see moves like King F6, E5, E4 on the board. But who knows, it's Gukesh. He keeps surprising us.
Yeah, he's, he has this youthful ambition. He's playing his first World Championship match. He's just 18 years old. And he's always trying to push.
When the tournament started, to now he's become 18 because it takes that long. Each match.
You know, actually, Abhish, when he qualified for the World Championship, he was 17. So he became the youngest ever winner of the candidates. And he did it at 17. It was unreal. By the way, the King March continues.
Wow.
Oh, yeah!
But not King E2.
No,
King
it's an
E1. But why King E1?
Because King is number 1, yo.
But King E1. I'm a bit surprised. You generally want to come ahead, right? If Knight A5, the bishop goes back to E2. That's a very nice point.
Yeah, exactly. What we were discussing before you sat there. Yeah.
So if King E2, then Knight A5, and maybe if you go back,
Bishop B5 check.
A check, and then the king might not be in the best possible position. So that's why went King E1. And look at Gukesh, King moves.
Oh,
you know, it's like.
Listen, I don't know pinch me if I'm dreaming. I can't believe the World Championship. Actually, I'm here. I'm seeing the King's move. It's great. Okay.
King F6.
But I want to point out a big difference of when you move your king and when they're moving their king, Abhish.
Wow. Whose side are you on? Theirs, of course. Tell me one difference.
So this is the end game, right? And when the pieces have been traded off the board, that's really when you want your king to be a piece. The king needs to join the army, needs to join the playground and sort of start controlling squares because there are few of them left. I've noticed in your game, on the other hand, it's the first piece to be developed.
That's because I am not a coward. My king is strong. My king moves first. It's not the game that matters. It's not about who wins or loses. It's about how many lives does the king take on the way.
Amazing.
It's called a kingdom and not a pawndom or a rookdom. Knightdom? Knightdom is a word.
So right now, white to move, thinking about what to do here.
Is he going to trade rooks? Will he go rook d1? Because that for me is
a draw
offer. You need to keep your rook alive to create that chance on the 7th rank on the c file. Push the b pawn ahead. Start displacing the black knight. This will tell us how ambitious I think Ding is feeling right now.
You know, Tania, he will play the rook. And then, you know what Gukesh will do, guys?
No
what
chance.
Will Gukesh do?
I think he will trade.
No,
he won't.
If he trades, that's a draw.
That's a draw.
But he will be like, I'll keep the rooks and he will continue fighting.
No, I don't
No,
think
he will.
Sure.
He will. This is bound to happen.
Wow.
And I want to also point out, I'm sorry, if rook c8, rook c1 is not going to be a repetition because now notice how the rooks are lined up and suddenly, okay, let's ask everyone.
The white has gone low. The battery has gone low.
Black will play. Yes.
Knight
Well done, Abhish.
A5.
Absolutely.
I know you were thinking about this.
Thank you.
Okay, Abhish, one small question. Yeah.
Yes.
B3. The bishop is defended. Okay. Pawn is defending it. I can't take it right now. But there is a pin here. What is the best move for black to attack this bishop?
You take the black, you press Alt F4. Knight to E3. B3. Knight to B3. Thank you.
I
Is that
think
right?
there's something stronger
Is
in
the second
position.
best move?
Second best, the best move, let me tell you. Knight to e5. b5.
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 Just
yes.
1-5. Yes, is that the best move?
Yes.
That is the best move. The bishop is blocked and the rook falls behind. I mean, bishop is attacked. If it moves, the rook is falling. So this would not work. I'm actually quite interested in these mind games right now because if Ding wants to trade and Gukesh doesn't want to trade, we will see another game that will go down like many moves before it ends in a draw perhaps.
Absolutely. Yes, Babir.
I have a question about the draw thing. Now, every time I have played, it automatically says it's drawn.
He
Something
comes
is
back with the
He
bishop.
comes back.
Bishop comes back.
So he's lining up for this b4, b5, Sahil.
Yeah, and I think he might even read out the bishop to f3 on some good day, and then the knight cannot move. So Ding is right now playing. Yeah, he did not exchange rooks. That's interesting.
I believe that he also didn't play rook d1 because he knows Gukesh, who would then go on to play rook c8. And notice how the d file is absolutely pointless for white because the bishop on e8 guards the d7 square. So the rook where it stands is actually at its best spot for Ding.
Yeah.
Question about the draw.
Yes.
How would this, right now what's happening on the board, become a draw?
So for example, let's say pieces get traded. Let's just imagine I make a move.
Yeah.
You go with the rook. I trade.
Yes.
Then even the knights, for example, just making a few more moves.
Just the moves I do. Don't even touch the others. Just king. Just move the king.
And then you realize that the pieces are getting more and more traded, and at the end, it generally goes this way. And it ends in a draw.
Like, do you call a draw? Like, when I am not aware of when to call a draw, so I keep playing, and then gentlemanly they say that you're supposed to draw at a certain stage when you understand. That's when you understand chess. You're like, okay, I'll draw from here. I've been very ungentlemanly because I've never drawn unless it's automatically drawn. So, at what point should one be like, I draw?
Well, yes.
Tania, you will have the best perspective.
It has to be we draw and not I draw usually. So that's the other thing. But if there's, for example, a position where the players keep shuffling the same move 3 times, so then that's an official draw. Sometimes players look at each other, have a little eye contact and say, I offer you a draw, and the other person accepts it. Or can decline it.
But
if they
here
would
there's
feel
a
like.
rule of 40 moves.
Yes.
So till 40 moves, no one can offer a draw. But there's a way in which draws happen, which is called threefold repetition. Imagine you go here. Let's say black plays h6, rook d1. I go here. You come back here. I come here. You go here. I go here. And that's 3 times repeated the same moves. It's a draw.
That's automatically a draw.
Automatically a draw.
You don't have to offer a draw.
No.
Okay, now I understand. But when I play, I still won't know when to draw. That will automatically draw.
Yeah. I guess it also depends on how you're evaluating a position, right? Because for Gukesh, he's somebody who wants to play out equal positions. He's not someone who wants to immediately end the game. Even if our evaluation bar is at 0.0 or says there's nothing to play for. Meanwhile, Ding looks, at least in the match so far, that he's been happy to bail out in positions and go into a draw, a forcing draw line. So the mindset plays a big role on when to go for the draw.
Is that why he moved the rook back to E2, the bishop back to E2? Because it's almost like giving Gukesh space to attack. Like, what is this? Can you tell me what is the strategy of moving back? Because I would never move back.
I think it's an aggressive retreating move. Because notice how by moving back, he's opened up the file of the rook. So now in case you jump with the knight, the rook immediately comes into Gukesh's position. And he's setting himself up for ideas of, if you don't voluntarily allow this, he wants to eventually push the b pawn forward and force you to allow this.
Yeah. Because I was thinking, what are the other 2 pawns? They can come and kind of take the knight away or distract the knight.
Yes, exactly. So it's like a teamwork move. Bishop goes back and opens up the rook here. It's amazing. By the way, Abhish, you had a show in the morning.
Yeah, I had a workshop. I have a show right now. I have to reach South Bombay at 6:30, 6
Wow.
o'clock. So It's been great.
So you did a show. Now you have a show in the evening. In between that, you came here.
I did because
Wow.
I was okay. Honestly, I was very flattered when you asked to be part of this, and when I was watching the stream on them, I'm like, they're all dignified people with like so much knowledge, and just to have my presence here, you are all so blessed. Thank you very much. My name is GM Abhish Matthew. First name GM, last name Matthew. But thank you for having me. This has been so fun.
Abhish,
Unfortunately, I have to
awesome.
bounce.
So cool having you here. Also, just the fact that you made time for your schedule for this. A big round of applause to Abhish for coming here and spending time with us. Thank you so much, and we hope that we'll see you again in action in COB.
Oh, for sure. And now for the mass X. You guys continue. See you. I'm not so flexible anymore. No, I've committed to this.
Okay. He's really doing this, yes.
My phone.
Here you go.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
We have multiple camera angles, so people will see Abhish.
Yeah, we got this, Abhish. Thanks. A huge round of applause for Abhish. Thank you so much. Full masti.
Yeah, that was amazing.
And you got the king moves.
Yeah, so many king moves. I think it wouldn't have happened, in any other game until now at this point. So
we would be in some middle game where the king
it was a
hasn't
very big coincidence that we had Abhish here and also the king moves. So it was fascinating. And thank you so much, Abhish, for doing this. I think we have such a vibrant community of chess players and also chess loving stand-up comedians. And it's so nice that everyone's coming together to root for Gukesh, to support him. And I think that's amazing.
And they genuinely love chess. Yeah, all of them have like tens of thousands of games on chess.com. It's not like, they play more than like top players sometimes. It's insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, guys, in the hall here, what do you think? Do you think this is heading to a draw? Or do you think, I have a feeling it might end in a draw. But do you think it'll happen in like next 15 minutes or another 2 or 3 hours? Yeah, 2 or 3 hours?
Fight, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is really a big question to me because I don't know if Ding would be that keen on fighting in this position, but maybe it could be that today he wants to fight. Gukesh definitely might want to fight.
With white, it's a risk-free position, and you can play this on for as long as you are ambitious. So it really, again, just depends on what Ding is feeling about the match. Does he want to draw? Is he happy to have a long fight? For Gukesh, again, no targets in the position. He has to just keep playing a bit of a more defensive approach in this one. Not something that he particularly enjoys. No 40 move draw first possible. And that's what, still 18 moves to make. So I agree with our audience, Sagar. I think we are in for a bit longer. Even though the position looks dry, there's a little bit to play for white here.
And it's good news that our audience, all of them here, have had some refreshment, some refueling, because it's going to be perhaps a long day. A big shout out to Group E4 for, supporting this endeavor with food boxes here. And it's an initiative by all these wonderful people on your screen. Vishy Anand there, he was part of our stream today. Satya Prabhakar, Aruna Anand, Ramesh, Aarti, and they are empowering Indian chess with so many families and firms coming together and contributing towards young talents.
Looking at the position, what do you think Vishy is thinking about the way the game's gone so far?
I believe that for Vishy, maybe this is also interesting. I'm sure that he also thinks it's going to end in a draw.
Yeah.
But I think we all are curious, perhaps him as well, whether it will happen like just in a simple way or it'll be like something where, you know, Gukesh will fight, he'll start pushing his pawns forward, maybe e5, e4 is on the cards, maybe Ding will start pushing his pawns b4, b5. We don't know.
Can we admire एक बार like World Championship चल रही है? We have Vishy sir himself joining our stream. Magnus recap कर रहा है, like Hikaru recap कर रहा है, like क्या ही अलग ही ज़माना है ना, technology कहाँ लेके आ गई game को?
Exactly. I think when I was following the World Championships before, it would be not so easy to see it. Like maybe in 2008, when Vishy was playing his World Championship matches. In fact, when he played it in India, in Chennai, we could all follow it on Doordarshan. That was when Tania was commentating along with Lawrence Trent. We had RB Ramesh. Susan Polgar was also one of the commentators. That was, I think, the first time that chess came on television for such long hours, right, in India?
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, it was an epic match and a big one for chess history. You know, we got a new world champion that year, and Magnus went on to dominate the chess world. And well, still he is the world #1, but he walked away from the world championship in 2020 after winning the 21 match. And here we are. I mean, what a moment, right? Like you said, to be in chess, you've got these amazing, incredible players breaking down the action. We've got access to them, their thoughts, and also to have an 18-year-old fight for the title. I mean, this is the Mount Everest of chess. This is the peak. This is where everyone wants to get to. And it just shows how much chess has evolved to have the youngest ever challenger. And Sagar, if you had to point out one reason for why chess has gotten so young, what would you say that would be?
I think it's just the technological developments that have happened. Somehow the playing field has evened out so much because of all the information that's available. If someone truly loves chess and wants to work on it, you have all the resources with you. We have knight e7, by the way. Knight e7 played, and you know, guys, if the rook swings in here, there is a very nice move for black. Can you guess it? What should black play? Bishop c6. Okay, here's another follow-up question. My rook is almost trapped. I want to get it out with b4, b5. Why is this a blunder? Black to play and win. Fantastic.
Yes. Well, I have one more follow-up question after this. Knight d5, greatly spotted. Just go back one move. So the the rook is trapped. Black needs one move to get to the rook. If you're playing with white, what do you play here?
Okay, that's a good move, but maybe something... I'm sure Tania has something else on her mind. Yes? Instead of bishop c4?
I actually liked the other idea that was suggested.
Which
I was thinking about knight d4 here.
Knight
and
d4.
Wondering if we can give up the g2 pawn and go f3, but maybe what the other suggestion also makes a lot of sense.
Bishop g2 and f3, yes. And bishop c4 makes a lot of sense, stopping knight d5. But there's also a very curious move, Tania, which is knight e5.
Wow.
Because if you take this knight, I take your knight. And if you take now the pawn here, then all of a sudden, check. King has to move, let's say king g7. And now already this knight is a bit loose. I can play f3, trying to trap this bishop. Yeah. This pawn is hanging. Could get nasty.
Could get tricky. So rook c7 actually invites bishop c6. And then suddenly we see these crazy ideas. You know, there are resources to challenge them, but they make the position very different from what we've been talking about. Suddenly it goes into the tactical zone from a strategic zone.
I agree, but I doubt if Ding will enter to c7. Yeah. He won't play it, which means that then Gukesh can place his bishop here on the long diagonal.
Because you go rook c7 and you really get a feeling as a chess player that you're entering the lion's den. And there might be no return from there.
I agree.
So you have to be very careful about making moves like rook c7 and getting your rook entrapped there. I also wonder if Gukesh wants to go rook c8 himself and offer a trade of the two rooks.
Rook c8. I don't think that's a very Gukesh-like move, but true, the rook is entering in here, and Gukesh might also want to just trade and move towards equality. What move?
B4.
B4.
That's the one even I was thinking about.
So that if bishop c6, you can push it away with b5, right? You mean b5, but that would be a little bit loosening, you know. It loosens stuff. You weaken the c5 square. The knight jumps in, attacks here. The rook jumps in, attacks here. It's not a move you want to play so lightly. A6 maybe, yeah. That's more calm.
You know, I just want to add a little point here. When you're playing an endgame with two bishops on the board, here the light squared bishop, one general piece of advice is don't fix your own pawns on the same square, the same color as the bishop. In this case, it would be the b5 square. We do have a move, and this I think also demonstrates the point I was trying to make. He plays g3. So notice how Ding has put all the pawns on the dark squares, because this is where the black bishop, the bishop on e8, cannot target them. So a move like b5, which was suggested, you have to be very careful, because then white gets a lifelong pressure point to attack with his own bishop.
Right.
And also g2 pawn up hanging nahi hai, so any variation with knight d4 or whatever like that is improved now, so Gukesh should do something right about now.
Yes, and I think now rook c8 looks like the most prudent move. Play the rook, trade the rooks, and move towards equality.
I like it when Sagar says equality, never says draw. I love that.
You know, we've been talking about draws many times, and then the draw does not happen because Gukesh wants to fight. So I mean, on one hand, it's very clear that white has no reasons to worry. In fact, if someone would be slightly better, it's white. But also we know that Ding is not someone who's very ambitious here. Gukesh always wants to play on. So it's a question of the position and the players. It's if Gukesh had white, there was no question he would keep on playing.
Also, we've had two incredibly different games here, right? Compared to game 7 and 8, which were absolute fireworks on the board. It was such tensed battles, both those games, and extremely exhausting for the players. And then game 9 was a very balanced draw, and this one as well, extremely balanced, right? Extremely in that equal territory throughout. And I wonder if this is the play out of the fact that we are reaching that final stretch, the end stretch. We are approaching those last few final games, that we are seeing far less risks being taken by the players.
Right, right.
December 7th today. By December 13th, we will have possibly a new world champion. We're just days away now.
6 days away.
Yeah.
We all were thinking if, on December 11th, we would get the champion, then, it's Vishy's birthday. So it's a very nice day. But I have a feeling it won't happen on December 11th because the match is so even. And December 12th is the final
Classical game.
Final classical game.
And if it remains tie, then we go into playoffs with faster time controls, all done on December 13th to crown the world champion. But Sagar, to your point, it wasn't just sort of about December, of course, a huge thing if it would have gotten over earlier. But I think that was the mindset of generally the chess world. I think few expected this match to even reach game 14. A lot thought that Gukesh would be able to get the lead earlier on, coming from the year that he had had. I mean, the expectations that he had set, the bar he had set for himself was so incredibly high. And on the other hand, the absolute opposite year that Ding was coming from.
True.
So it's been a very surprising play out of the match so far.
And I'm really hoping that when Gukesh prepared for the World Championship, like the rapid section was an important part of his preparation, because it is like after this game only 4 games to go now with 2 whites, 2 blacks, and so we've had like 6-7 draws in a row.
I feel Gukesh will take his chances with white though. He will try. I will be very surprised if we get another Catalan balanced equality that we saw yesterday, because you know what I'm waiting for, and of course it's too soon because right now Gukesh is playing with the black pieces. But I have a feeling that we will see the French one more time. We will see Gukesh come in with e4 when
Tomorrow,
the team
maybe.
is very possible. When
tomorrow.
the team is ready to face the French with a new idea. Because they've had enough time to prepare. And Ding has had only one line with black. So it gives them a sort of a direction.
But I think, Tania, the moment Gukesh plays e4, Ding will go e5.
Very possible.
Yeah, I don't think he can risk
No, I
French
think-
again.
Because I think he'll play the French. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है.
नहीं
He will go for it.
Once
Too risky.
Gukesh plays e4, he knows, Ding knows he's
Prepared.
come prepared for French.
He knows कि भाई कोई तो surprise इसने देखा है, so you have to change it up. Because the last thing you want to do at this stage, we have a move rook c8 on the board. So
No.
Gukesh- Yeah, rook c8 played.
Yeah, rook c8 played, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
Rook c8.
By the way, good question in the chat. So, how does the tiebreak work? Like, what does the tiebreak mean? The time control and everything.
25 minutes plus 10 seconds increment, 4 games. In case of 2-2, we move into blitz. I think that there are 2 blitz games.
But आज तक blitz में कभी गए नहीं हैं हम
कभी
लोग.
नहीं. हाँ. Oh, by the way, rooks have been traded. By the way, Sahil bhai, do you know what rook is called in German?
Ooh, no, I know what chess is called. But
What is it called?
Shark, right?
भाई आपने बोला you learned German.
हाँ, but इतना नहीं सीखा actually. वो basic words में hi, hello, like वो E4, G4 पे थोड़ा time लगता है जाने में.
हाँ तो then you can get fluent in German in just 1 month on Air Learn.
Very smooth, Sagar.
So, guys, do check out the link in the description. But Sahil bhai, I'll tell you, rook is called the Turm.
Oh,
yes.
Nice.
And queen is called Dame. King is called König. Bishop is called Läufer. And knight is called Springer.
Oh, Springer is easy to remember.
Because it
it's
jumps
an
like a
English
spring.
word,
Yes. And I really enjoyed learning German. And it really helped me.
What about pawns?
Pawns are called. Someone would know, yeah, here in German. What are pawns called?
I think everyone needs
Bauer. Yes. Bauer.
Danke, Sahil.
So, yes, danke schön, right? Yeah. So, guys, do check out the link. And now, after knight c8, what does white do here? I think Ding needs to activate the king. King d2, king c3, getting the king up
And
the
perhaps
board.
get your knight to the center of the board, knight d4. Is it a good idea to provoke white to push the e-pawn? Would be
I think it's
the
a
question.
great idea for white that if Gukesh does this, it weakens a pawn. So let's say, for example, king d2, e5. This would be hugely in the interests of Ding. Even e4, which pawn has become significantly weak now? Anyone? F5. If a pawn cannot be defended by another pawn, it's already a weakness. So F5 is a huge weakness. Knight can go here. Maybe bishop can go back and attack it. It might not be a great idea, yeah?
Yeah, and it's also on a square that the white bishop can get to. So the weakness is very pronounced in this position.
So no need to push the pawn just yet.
So can he tempt e5 with a move like knight d4? Just to kind of bring the bishop to f3, and if you go e5, then...
Yeah, मुझे तो really लगता है कि Ding is, playing that battle where you're just frustrating your opponent. ये गुकेश का style ही नहीं है ऐसे positions खेलना. He doesn't enjoy this. He wants to get into complications.
So
he wants the fight on.
Gukesh would be thinking like, when will my next chance come? He's so eager. And Ding is just holding fort. Does Gukesh really go all out tomorrow? This is such exciting. Just think about it, right? If you were in Gukesh's shoes, today it's going to end in a draw. Score will be 5-5. 4 games to go. Should you go all out tomorrow with white? Should you just play normal chess? Maybe it goes into tie breaks. And all of these discussions keep happening in the team. Your seconds have to prepare which line to choose. It's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes.
And it's high responsibility decisions.
Yeah, also I think, for example, you have white tomorrow. So if something were to go wrong, you push. You have 3 more games.
And only 1 white.
Yeah, but if let's say you do it in the 13th game, then you only have 1 black pieces to come back with. So if you really want to overpush, then tomorrow has to be the game.
Yes. And that too, it's a question whether Gukesh wants to go like crazily all out.
That sounds very risky at this stage. I think he's done that previously, in the middle stage of the match. But Gukesh as a player, he will not go for a dead sort of a position like the one that we're seeing right now. He will try to create chances, middle game may, some questions will be asked, but all out, you know, to put all your chips in. We've been having so many poker analogies here, given the two players, their body language, their style, their approach. We have a move, by the way, comes back with the knight to d2. So rerouting it perhaps to c4 and then targeting the queen side pawns as well. A little shuffle around doesn't change the evaluation. But you know, the pot, it keeps getting filled with more and more. The stakes keep getting higher in the middle. As we edge closer towards the end.
This is moving towards Ding is like, jaldi draw karte. He's so quick to trade pieces.
He's so quick with the white pieces. And usually, if you draw with black, it's, you know, it's a great result.
Yes. But somewhere I feel like Ding is the happier player to draw here.
He's just super happy to draw every game.
Yeah, this is definitely strategy. Match strategy.
But what if, Sagar, it doesn't work out in the tie breaks and you're thinking about all the chances that you had in classical? How are you dealing with that?
No, it's just like he's giving himself the best chance in this match. He feels that is the best. By the way, the bishop comes in to c6. The players are moving super quick. I believe Gukesh, with all his willpower to win, cannot really...
सारे pawns तो lies को fix है. There's nothing black can do, yeah?
Exactly. I think Ding has done that strategy. Put your pawns on the opposite color. So if anyone, it's Gukesh who needs to make sure that white bishop doesn't somehow get on the other end of the board on a square like c8 or e8, starts putting pressure on these pawns of Gukesh. But there's really no way around this. I think black will put his own king to e7, d6. White will get the king to d4. Put that 8-7 pawn on 8-6 at some point.
p6, king d2. Super quick. By the way, guys, they are moving very quickly. We just want to remind you that there was a contest, or, you know, we had this wonderful thing here where whoever goes premium on chess.com, 5 of them would win chess boards. And actually, we have the names of all those who have won in rounds 7, 8 and 9. And this keeps on continuing in these rounds as well. So in case if you want to get a signed chessboard, please do consider going premium. By the way, the kings have made further advances. b4 is on the board.
Tania, any worry for Gukesh here? Because the king could come to d4.
No way. No way. No worries.
No, this is chill and no worries at all, because he stopped white's king any entry point. Notice how this pawn on b6 and the bishop on c6 beautifully combined to take care of any squares on the right side of the board. So the white king can't even enter from that side. So it's a perfect defensive structure that he's taken. And now you can just shuffle around with the bishop or the black king, depending on white's moves.
You know what's going to be very exciting today?
What? The press
Press conference.
It's always exciting.
What questions, by the way? We have to think of the questions to ask the players.
We can
Any
only ask one. If we ask more than one, then we are like... we are like, please limit your questions to one. So, only one question.
So, what do we ask about? Oh, he's gone for f6. So, is Gukesh trying to break free with e5?
That's risky, no?
Or maybe he just sits. He just puts this pawn.
Just ऐसे ही रखा है. I don't think he'll push e5.
Yeah, because e5 creates this f5 weakness, allows the white bishop to come in.
He goes king d4. We can ask a question to Ding, which is like, traditionally it's considered that player with white pieces should try. But in this match, you haven't tried much with white pieces. Is this a...
same question पूछा था लेकिन
अच्छा पूछा था.
हाँ, similar.
Okay. What did he say?
I don't remember actually.
He must have said that I tried and somehow my opponent equalized.
Like that,
so
You know, he also said in his interview to my client that he sometimes checks, by the way, 8-6 has been played, he sometimes checks social media. And he's aware of what people have been saying about how much he's not been pushing. And he says, I don't care about it, but they're also speaking the truth.
Yes. By the way, guys, this is a draw, right? If I play bishop d5, it looks very ugly. But even if you take, my pawn structure is totally ruined. but you have no way to break free. I'll just play king e6, king d6.
No
Just
entry points.
And you don't have any breakthroughs. So let's say h3, I'll still go h5 and stop here. You do whatever you want. I'm just going this.
He just retreats with the bishop because you need to calculate king pawn endings. Why even do that? King pawn endings are just infamous for, you know, you miss one small move. By the way, they are repeating. I think this is the moment we can go full screen on our players. The last final few moves of game 10 of the FIDE World Chess Championship. भाई full screen चले जा.
Ding अपने left hand से move कर रहा है अभी. There's it.
5-5.
5-5 and a solid draw by Gukesh without actually any problems to solve or being posed by Ding. I think Gukesh should be happy with this outcome.
He should be very, very happy, but I think he will also contemplate now how do I push tomorrow? What
Already
first move
he's
to play?
thinking.
Yeah,
कल क्या करना है?
He was
I
already
think he was
looking, yeah.
thinking at bishop takes knight was that moment when he was thinking, when he didn't go for that line.
Yeah.
Like ये तो draw होने वाली है, कल क्या करने वाले हैं हम?
कल क्या करना चाहिए? Guys, what would you do if you were Gukesh tomorrow? Like, go all out? Go play the opening that no one has ever played.
There's probably a reason why no one has ever played it.
By the way, guys, one small update we have received is that after the press conference has ended, we will have a few more minutes with Vishy joining back. So you will get to maybe hear his thoughts on where the match is headed, and I think that would be so cool. So do stay back. Oh, we have to change the scoreboard.
Should we get
Him?
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes,
because
come
you
on up.
reminded us,
Yeah.
let's have you over. You might be the youngest one, along with maybe the one
your
next
friend
to you.
or your brother?
Can you also join?
Both of you.
So then you can turn Gukesh's and you can turn Ding Liren's and make it 5 points.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's little, array, nice.
It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Would you be able to reach?
Really? Yes. Where? In a match where you've played me simultaneously and 5 other people.
Oh,
Online.
When was this?
I think last year in an Indian Oil tournament.
Oh, well
That's so cool. In Delhi?
5-5 is the score now.
Yeah, the deadlock just remains. Nobody is able to get a breakthrough in this match.
And I must tell that when the match started, this was roughly around the time where people had thought that Gukesh would get the decisive edge in this match. This was around game 10, and they were saying like 8th or 9th December might be the last round and so on. Nothing like that has happened. You know, it's
हमने
very
अपना
even.
पूरा ना when we came here होटल भी पूरा बुक नहीं किया था कि भाई पता नहीं है कि कब खत्म हो जाए.
मेरी flights booked नहीं है दिल्ली के लिए अभी because we were wondering when will be the last game. लगता है अब 13th के लिए chance है कराना.
Also, I want to go to Singapore for closing ceremony. So I also don't know what date to look for. Will it be 12th, 13th? I think no one is sure what's going to happen. Yeah, it's a very, very unsure world that we live in. But if you surely want to improve your languages, then AirLearn is here for you. Yes.
And also, if you want to improve your chess, Sagar, 1 month free membership is here.
Yes.
एक महीने free try करने को मिल रहा है और क्या चाहिए भाई, है ना?
Absolutely. So maybe we just take a very short break, and on the other side, we'll be back with the press conference.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Lola. Download the AirLearn app now.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
Welcome back, everyone, and we had a very solid draw today, and I have a question to my fellow panelists here. We do the ambit gambit of the day in the opening generally every single day. Which moment would you say was today's ambit gambit of the day?
Very smart, huh, by Sagar. He's just passed it on to us because it's such a difficult game to pick a gambit moment. Sahil, you first.
I think White just gambited his opening advantage by exchanging pieces, so that could be the ambit.
Which one? Which moment?
Maybe just Bishop f6, because at that point it led to trades, and that could be, giving up the advantage.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sahil's ambit gambit moment is just knight takes f6 right here, Sahil.
Yeah.
I would put my moment, the ambit gambit of the day, to be bishop f4, because I think I at least did not foresee a London system happening again today. So maybe this for me. Would you? Which one would you?
Answer.
No. Oh, yeah, I thought you would choose one of us. But
No,
okay.
I can choose one of the two. But I want to say it
Okay,
actually
your moment.
does feel like Ding just gambited his white a game today by not.
So no moment.
So yeah, it's tough to come with a moment, and probably the one that gave it all away was the trade on f6, Sagar.
Okay, so 2:1. Maybe knight takes f6 is today's ambit gambit of the day.
Just gambiting away any scope to play for more.
And a huge shout out to Ambit for supporting us and for supporting this stream. Awesome. I think it was wonderful how Gukesh actually held on to it. He realized that this was a Queen's Gambit declined and not a London system. But right now, let's head over. Oh, in 1 minute. 1 minute. The
Any question you
press
want to ask?
yes, but what question? Did you realize that this was not London but Queen's Gambit declined? Maybe that question?
I guess they will answer one word yes. That's my.
Any suggestion from you guys?
Yes. Any questions? Why was he thinking for knight h5? What was he calculating?
Yeah, that was longest think in the 10 moves that we had of the opening. Maximum time spent by Gukesh in the match so far.
Okay. Any other? Maybe this one.
Guys, Vishy Anand made a very interesting point when he had come on air, and he said that from now on, the mistakes become extremely precious, is because there is no room for it, and it gets even more trickier now. I want to know how the players think about it. Do they take pressure of it?
Great question. So the risk appetite going into the final 4 games.
Okay, very good question.
Do you feel the pressure?
This question is such that we could get a very nice answer or both could just ignore answering it very deeply. But yeah, it's a
But
great
either
question.
ways, it'll be great content for CBI clips.
Yes, okay. Okay, I'm sending the question, so question to
Yeah.
both.
Such a luxury to have. Now we can directly send questions and ask the players. It's
We've been
insane.
sending too many. We've
Yeah.
actually gotten told off to stick to one question.
Yes, the press conference is about to begin. Let's head over to Singapore.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the post-game press conference for Game 10, which ended in a draw. I will ask a few questions, and then I'll open it up to the press. Please restrict, and may I emphasize, please restrict your questions to just one. And if we have time to continue with follow-up questions, then I'll be happy to continue. For now, my first question goes to the challenger. There was, I guess, the first big think of the game was when you played the move knight to h5. Could you let us understand why this moment was so critical for you?
Yeah, I guess in the opening, I mean, I was aware of this bishop e2 idea, but I couldn't remember the exact details. And around this point, I know that knight h5 is one of the common ideas. It's also why white very often with the bishop on f4 goes h3 to not lose this bishop, right? So I thought here knight h5 was maybe possible, and I had to calculate some lines, like for example I was thinking about knight e4 here, and I wanted to go bishop e7, bishop d6, bishop d6. If knight d6 I go queen e7, I think.
What did you say?
Queen e7.
Queen e7? Mm-hmm.
Although maybe queen d2, rook d1 now that I see it. But okay, I can go knight f6. Rook d8, I mean rook d8, rook d1.
Which rook? AD1?
Fd1 maybe.
Fd1. And knight f6?
No, knight g5, yeah. Knight g5, knight e5, knight f5 is there.
Knight e5?
No, knight e5, knight f5 is a nice trick. No, I'm just calculating right now. I did not see it.
I'll give you the mouse to make the move.
Yeah, knight e5, knight f5 I meant, but maybe... Yeah, maybe he should have gone knight e4, bishop d6. Somehow in my... Yeah, but then knight c5. Yeah, I thought like f4, queen c5, bishop d3, not so pleasant for me.
Is his mic
rook
working?
c1
I'm not sure I'm
first.
hearing it.
Yeah, bishop d3 or rook c1. I was not too sure about this structure. But yeah, bishop e7, bishop d6 felt like during the game I calculated something, but yeah, I probably missed this queen d2, rook fd1 idea during the game. So I think it was the best idea, and I was already quite relieved when he played bishop g5, because like basically bishop e7, knight e4. I mean, he could have had this position with the bishop on d6, and I was going to take on d6. So once I saw knight f6, I knew it should. I should not be having any kind of troubles here.
You also spent a little bit of time once you played the move knight to h5. Could you take us through your thinking process? Were you surprised by this move? I don't think we're getting your mic. I'm sorry. No, it's not your fault. Don't worry. Sorry, just one moment, please. I'm gonna do me a favor, keep talking to this. Now.
Oh.
Just talking to that. You can just talk. Just use that to talk.
I thought this is harmless, but this pawn structure. So I didn't play this, and I was hoping for take h6 and we'll go knight e4 and bishop h4. If g5, I have g4. I was betting on this variation. I think white is slightly better.
I missed the bishop e7 actually. I thought white had stable advantage after exchange the bishop, but it's not the case. This bishop very bad. If I take, he take knight d4. Maybe he can simply go back and take c5, bishop b7.
Maybe knight d4 also, just knight d4 I thought, but after knight d4 instead of knight f6, knight d4. Yeah.
Knight f6, this was
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Also, I could start with g6. I don't know if that makes a difference, but.
So you opted for a different idea here, and what did you feel was the result of this position? Did you feel it was just going to be more or less equal once he found this neutralizing plan?
After I take the knight and exchange the queen, it's kindly going to a very drawish endgame. Maybe this is the last try, bishop d3. He cannot take on f2. Looks good, but I have bishop h7 and queen d8. And this is winning for me. But this looks very small.
Is this microphone working now? I'm sorry, it is. Okay. So we know in these kinds of matches, the preparation is tremendous. Lot goes into trying to find some kind of small edge for white, or maybe even a more significant edge. How difficult has it been to do so in this match?
Sometimes my open stage strategy worked quite well, and today I also prepared a lot. I'm hoping for some advantage out of the opening, and he surprised me with bishop d6. And I thought this might be slight advantage, just a little bit. And yeah, he moved knight h5. Also was out of my calculation. And here I need to think. There are many moves on this position, and I choose the harmless one.
Are you satisfied with the way it's going now? Well, let's just be specific about this game. Getting a draw, he had an extra white going into the final 5 games. Satisfied with the result of this draw, this game, that it was a relatively comfortable draw going into the next 4 games?
Yeah, I mean, with black, I mean, obviously I'm up for a game with both colors, but with black, I mean, to get a solid draw like this, it's obviously a good result. But yeah, I mean, it's, as I said, like it doesn't make nowadays white and black color doesn't make a huge difference. So it's just 4 more very interesting games to go. And about this game, I think the quality was high. Maybe somewhere I could have. We both could have improved at some point, but overall it was just a solid draw, which is very normal.
Let's follow up though. It may be a solid draw that's very normal, but it's the 10th game of a 14-game match. Everybody's feeling the tension, all the fans and reporters and the like. How are you feeling knowing that these next 4, it's no longer a 14-game match, it's a 4-game match where any mistake could be disastrous?
Yeah, it's obviously getting closer and closer, but still the best approach is to play good games. Yeah, I mean that's the only way that like good results can come, and that is what I'm trying to do.
Same for you before I open to the press. 4 games left. It's a 4-game match. It's a short run. You've been in matches, close matches. You were in a close match last time. How do you evaluate the tension level of the last 4 games, and how do you manage it?
I have some experience playing 4 games match, especially last year when I had some match in Wenzhou and I play against many world top players. Reduced to 4 games, so only 4 games.
What are the lessons you draw from those matches, or you don't want to say?
I usually lose the first game with white pieces, but luckily this time I have black pieces first.
All right, let's open up to the press, please. First question.
Michael Rahal, here as a Deputy Press Officer for FIDE. Question for Ding. Ding Liren, I noticed today a couple of Richard Rapport games in this specific line, so I wanted to know if he influenced your opening choice today in this opening, as he's played this before a couple of times.
It was my second idea, yeah, Bishop E4. Yeah.
Could you elaborate a bit more?
Hmm?
Could you elaborate a bit more on the different ideas you had prepared for this game?
Apart from this line, I also prepared the other line.
Okay, thank you.
Harry Schark, Chess Magazine Karl, Germany. My question is to Ding. Today you hesitated before your first move. What was the reason for this hesitation?
Suddenly I realized it's the same to start with d4 or knight f3, because he will also go d5. If like the previous round, then I can transport to the game by playing d4.
They are from ChessBase India. My one question to both the players. With just 4 games remaining, do you think the value of each move is increasing in each game? And would that impact your risk-taking appetite for the remaining games?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously now a cost of 1 game is higher than it was maybe in the start of the or a few games before, but yeah, I mean, my approach and my goal is still the same, to play good games in every single game. And it's like, if you think about it, it's not that different, because also even though the cost of losing, for example, the first game is not that high, I would still not want to lose that game. So it's still that I just want to play good games and yeah, hope for the best.
Into you, cost of each move is high.
Yes, that means there's not so much room to make mistakes. Every lose will result in a very bad situation, and we need to be careful at every move.
Good evening, my name is Ahmed. I am on behalf of Kazakhstan Telegram channel Честно говоря, and we have a question to Ding. You have already become the first world champion from China and earned enough money. Where do you find your further motivation to play chess?
Because it's a title match that I want to defend it. Actually, I did not play so much during the last years, but this one is very important.
I'm Mike Klein with Chess.com. I've got a question for Grandmaster Gukesh. In pretty much every round, when Ding Liren travels back from the playing hall to the media center, or to the press conference here, he's got one of his Grandmaster seconds with you. But you traveled with your father, who has had the benefit of engine analysis. And I'm curious if you've ever asked your father on the ride here about questions about the game or anything, because, you know, he's had the technology access. And so any discussions of chess with you and your father on the way here to the press conference in any of the rounds?
Not in too much detail, but if there are some important things, for example, The game that I was winning with black, yeah. I mean, I don't remember the number, but that game he told me. I mean, I didn't realize I was also losing at some point. So he told me in this car ride that I mean, I could have lost a piece in that crazy game. So yeah, some important details like that, but not in too much detail. Yeah.
Do you ever ask him a specific question, or does he offer it, or can you like? He's the first chess player you talk to, so.
Yeah, he would be happy to hear that he's a chess player.
He's following the games on the phone. I'm sure he understands what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sometimes if I feel like something I want to know, I ask him, but in general, we don't talk too much about about the game. Yeah.
Thanks for letting us know.
Charlize, on behalf of your fans on FIDE social media, this time from follower Curry Not Curry. What's the most unexpected or surprising thing you've learned about yourself in this championship?
I'm always the first one to arrive.
I don't know, I mean, I'm learning a lot about chess and with all the work that is going on in preparation for the match. But what I learn about myself, nothing new really, to be honest.
Hello, this is Supriya from Bangalore Chess Club. So this question is
I
for...
don't think we're quite hearing you.
Hello, this is Supriya from Bangalore Chess Club. So this question is for both the players. Did you anticipate before the start of WCC match that it will be a 5-5 draw by the end of the 10th round?
Did you think you'd be tied right now? 10 games, 5-5.
It's not a big surprise since we are very have not so much different in strengths. So 5-5 is also the game itself is some of the game are better for him and some of them are better or even winning for me. So it's a fair result so far.
I mean, obviously, like it's one of the possibilities that the match could be tied. It's it's not a huge surprise. Obviously, I was prepared for all kinds of scenarios. I was trailing, or I was leading, or all these kind of scenarios. And one of the things that I thought about was, what if it's a close match deep into the match? And yeah, it's one of the scenarios I expected. And also, it's very normal considering modern chess and how difficult it is to win games.
And what is your risk appetite right now as the round increases? Like whether you offer draw or you go for attack and win?
It depends on the position. We just try to make the best move in the position. If it means playing for a draw, or if it means playing for a win, it depends on the position. So, yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Nemo on behalf of the Singaporean Chess Federation. A short view back to the past. 30 years ago, Bobby Fischer told us in chess, so much depends on opening theory and memorization is enormously powerful. It is really deadly, and that is why I don't like chess anymore. 30 years later, Garry Kasparov told us nowadays a 13-year-old would probably know more than Bobby Fischer would probably knew when he retired. They analyzed all the moves and prepared themselves on their computers. And Magnus Carlsen said after a tournament, I don't know which tournament, that his games are like homework. So question for both of you. Is chess today too reliant on computers and predetermined theory? Are you too much under effort, too much under pressure to come with new ideas deeper and deeper into the opening? And, what are your wishes for the future of chess in terms of engines, less or more?
Yeah, I mean, lot of players have shared this opinion, which makes sense. But for me, like I see it as a positive thing because, like, I mean, before the computers or before, like how easily available all the resources are, there was few players who had some like better technology or better like they were able to have more seconds to help them and stuff like that. So it was not a level playing field, I think. And now because all these resources are easily available to all the players, chess is becoming more of a sport. Yeah, I mean it's everyone has the same resources and you just have to find that little edge that will uh, help you stand out. So I think this is the way it should be. So yeah.
Of course, nowadays require a lot of open preparation. It's aim to get a game, not a theoretical draw. But the game was decided many times in the middle game or even in the end game, not just finished out of the opening. Still, the real strength matters when coming to after the opening. Also, even if you get nothing in the opening, if you can play like the engine, play with the most accurate way, you may also beat your opponent. Sometimes we over-evaluate the importance of the opening.
Thank you. Engines are not taking over. Got it. Thanks.
Hi, Prashant from Dopamine Media. My question is to the both of you. It seems that both of you are patiently waiting for your opponent to make a mistake and capitalize on that one chance. And your opponent making a mistake is not in your control. So when that wait turns endless, does it tempt you into considering newer ideas or riskier decisions, and thus increasing your chances of committing an error? So from here on, what would you prefer, to act or to react to what your opponent is doing?
Actually, I don't think the wait for mistakes is so like it's so long. I mean, there are mistakes happening in every game, to be honest. So, like as we saw in the last few games, most of the last few games, that one of the sides had the advantage. So, I think we are both trying to outwit each other, and we both are making mistakes. We are both getting chances. So it's just about. I mean, obviously we have some strategy for this particular game or something like that, but mostly it's about just coming to the game, playing good moves, and in general it's hard in chess not to make mistakes. So yeah, mistakes, they happen how much you try not to make them. Yeah.
Every game we are hoping for create chances ourselves, not hoping our mistakes, the opponent made mistakes. Otherwise we'll play some tricks, some lines which are not objectively good, but we can trick my opponent. So I think that's the way we play.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee, and my question goes to world champion Ding Liren. In last year's World Championship match, by game 10, there had already been 5 decisive games, which makes for 50% of decisive games. Right now, only 2 games have been decisive for 20%. Do you have any theories as to why last year's game saw more oscillations, more ups and downs?
Yeah, last year, yes, there are many decisive games. Many wins with white pieces, and yes, with white pieces, the player plays extremely well and provokes mistakes from the opponent. It can go the other way since there are many games that could be decisive, but at the end it draws.
Okay, thank you.
From Malayalam Anatama.
Please come closer to the microphone.
We know that both of you are into a little bit of philosophy. In life, there are, pleasant and unpleasant surprises. But in chess, it is often nasty surprises. So how do you cope up with, when you initially, in the initial part of the game, when you meet with a nasty surprise, how do you react to that mentally? My question is for both of you.
I think since we've played lot of chess in like pretty much like half of the games we get surprised in the opening and the other half we surprise the opponent. So I think it's just that we have gotten used to it. Obviously, it's a bit different in a world championship because when you get surprised, it's the level of preparation is different than in other tournaments. But it's nothing new for a chess player to be surprised in the opening, and yeah, I guess it's just that we learn to deal with it with experience.
Getting surprised at my last game shows I try to think and try to figure out what's going on in this position and try to find the best answers. But this time, maybe I should have think for more time when he played knight h5. Yeah.
A few more questions.
Hello, Abhinav from US Chess. I have a question for both grandmasters. One of the joys of watching the youngest ever challenger is that it's exciting to see a top player come into his own. But the most interesting part is that compared to past world championships, you have relatively limited experience against each other, only a few classical games. What have you learned about your opponent that makes them distinct from other top players, given your extensive experience at the top?
My opponent is very young and can be said a newcomer to the top tournaments. So his rating progress is extremely quick in recent years. So, but in the past few encounters, I had very good results against him. But we can see in this time he improved his score a little bit.
Yeah, I guess us not having played too many games before this match is because of my age. I mean, I got into the elite like just a couple of years back. So, but yeah, I mean the two classical games that we played, I was also a bit younger and weaker at that time. So now I think I've improved a bit. And what I learned about Ding from this match, it's that he's just a very strong player. Yeah.
Thank you both.
Hello, everyone. Anastasia Karlovich for Grand Chess Tour and St. Louis Chess Club social media. I have a question for both players, and I would just want to say that, of course, I was following the match with a great interest. Thank you for your play. And my question is, what are the biggest challenges you faced so far after 10 games, over the board and off the board?
Biggest challenge over the board, I guess. I guess the first game was a challenge in many ways. Like, obviously, I was dealing. I mean, it can also be said off the board, but like I was dealing with some new nerves and yeah, just. I mean, the first game of World Championship is just a different experience. So that was quite a challenge. And also off the board, I think that was the game where I lost. So it can be said that was the challenge both. I mean, the biggest challenge both on and off the board. But I'm happy with how I handled it, and I think I found my rhythm after that. So yeah.
Overall, I think I have to deal with the time travel problem in the many especially black games, which are not so usual in my games. Off the board, maybe the length of the tournament it lasts 40 rounds. It's the longest match tournament which I have ever played. Also, memory some opening lines, which is quite challenging.
Thank you so much for your answers. Thank you.
Hello, Maria for the chess streaming channel. The question might seem a bit silly for strong players out there on the internet, but it's very interesting for me and a lot of weaker players. Nowadays, as many times already said, the preparation with computer is so important, and we all spend so much with ChessBase and learning the lines. But it's an interesting fact that actually, Gukesh, you said many times in the interviews that you are much more maybe a classic approach player. You prefer discussions and maybe working with the physical board. That you don't spend so much on playing chess on the internet and spending time with computers. While Ding is the opposite. Even 10 years ago, he was throwing these enormously long lines with computer preparation and was working with computer already so much ahead of the rest of the field. Could you please tell how much time during the match and coming into the match you spend working with computer and how much on the physical board? And do you play practice games against your seconds on the board, or do you prefer to work with computer? Thank you. Maybe Dean can start.
Yes, I think it's a useful way to practice or to play the games on the physical board. Yes, when I did so, I think I improved a lot by this way of training. But coming here, yes, we need to be efficient. So most of the time I study and the lines on the computer. Or only after the game I review the games with seconds on the board. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do like playing training games with my team, and I like to train over the board when possible, but yeah, to cover most stuff you need to also spend. I mean, it's not easy to put back the position each time once you go through a line on the board. So most of the time I spend on computers, but whenever possible or whenever I feel like it, I do like to use the chessboard.
If the players may indulge me, one last question. It often happens that you have people in your camp who are there calming you down, maybe making jokes and the like. Is it ever a situation for you that you have to calm other people down? Like, you handle the pressure quite well. Is anybody in your camp freaking out a little bit and maybe a little nervous and you have to say, relax, everything is okay?
I think they are more close to the truth of the position. They can have the engines with the help, so they are more certain of what's going on. of the game. So yeah, they knew what's going on. So they have the answers. Yes, I think we are the one who are not so who are uncertain of the outcome of the game.
In general, I don't freak out a lot. So I manage to remain calm. But obviously, at some when I'm feeling some kind of emotions, my team is there to support me. And yeah, I'm also sure for the team, watching the game and having no control of how the game will go, and also knowing how the position is, it'll be quite stressful. But I think they're doing quite well.
All right, thanks for that. Well, that concludes the post-game press conference. Game 11 is tomorrow at the same time, 5 p.m. in Singapore. Everyone have a good night.
And as we come back, we have with us the one and only 5-time world champion, Vishy Anand. Vishy, thank you so much. It was a very long press conference that went on. Your thoughts on this game? Did it go the expected route?
It was a possibility that it would go like this, and honestly, you expect 3-4 games in the match to slightly fizzle out. Hopefully, tomorrow will be an interesting game. But honestly, if you're just playing Bishop E2, the system and the QGD, it's not very effective. And I think the problem is because he played Bishop E2 in the London, where it is at least it's got half a point. When they switched here, it didn't make any sense anymore.
Correct.
Anyway, I hope tomorrow will be more interesting.
Vishy, are you expecting something more ambitious with white from Gukesh? And we were discussing this on our broadcast that what are the chances that we might get to see another French and maybe one E4 by Gukesh?
They would both teams would be looking at this scenario over and over again, double checking all the French lines, trying to anticipate any kind of surprise. Yeah, whatever they find, you can imagine that a couple of days' work has gone into it. But they'll have to try and find something to punch at. My hunch is probably D4 rather than the French, or if a French happens, the only thing left to try is the advance. I mean, the only serious attempt to trouble black is in the advanced French. So it's that or some reti maybe, because it leads to more unusual setups and you can try to find some line just to play and make a game out of it, something that doesn't liquidate out.
Vishy, so we saw two results in the first 3 games because I think players had some nerves as well. And then now the players have kind of stabilized. Can we expect to see some nerves in the last 3-4 games as well? Maybe because of that, some results?
In my opinion, when it's natural for a player to want some kind of stability and control. Usually it's a breakdown when that goes away and both players are dropped into the deep end of the pool, so to speak. And I hope that will happen, that somehow, but it's not that they've stabilized. Actually, games 5, 6, 7, 8 were very turbulent. Admittedly, we've been spoiled by those 4 games, and then now suddenly we are wondering how it's going to get exciting again. But I think it's still reasonable that they had 2 quite ones. Certainly, Gukesh's 9th game was very understandable. But I expect that there will be one serious try by both participants in the remaining games at least. Because, I mean, the time needed to develop some sort of punch, but at least one each is reasonable to hope for.
Right. And Vishy, we had a very interesting statistic that was given by Rakesh here. He said that until now, 11 matches have been tied at a score of 5-5 after 10 games, 11 World Championship matches. This is the 12th one. And in all preceding 11 matches, the world champion has retained the crown. Does that statistic surprise you?
I did not I mean, that statement doesn't immediately tell me anything. It seems like a coincidence, but it's possible there's some deeper significance. If that is the case, I don't know what it is, but but sometimes these unusual statistics later on turn out to have some kind of relevance. Maybe once the champions settles down and 11 games go, then they open up a bit more, maybe not. I don't know. For me, it doesn't tell me anything immediately.
You had like 3 matches which had 5-5 score. I was just looking at it against Gary in 95. 5-5 was the score. Against Topalov in 2010, it was also 5-5. Against Gelfand, also it was 5-5. If you just go back into these 3 matches, were all 3 moments very different when it was here at 5-5 each?
It's tempting to say so. In 95, clearly 5-5 was not very stable for me because I think game 10 affected me more than I realized. It needn't have, but that's another story. In Sofia, 5-5, I think to some degree I collapsed into 5-5. If I had held game 8, or if you allow that, that's a normal result because he's putting pressure the whole game. Then, had I won game 9, which I was winning on so many occasions, it would have been very different. But after that, in fact, game 10 was kind of interesting. My second cousin told me to stop thinking so much and start playing fast. So that's the game where I started to do that. But then I got into trouble in game 11 with that. So I think it's more whether you become unstable somehow. I don't know if 5-5 is more meaningful than 4-4 also. Then the match was coming to an end. Here we still have 4 games.
Yes, there were 12 games.
And with 4 games remaining, Vishy, if Gukesh was to come to you at this point and ask you, for a piece of advice going into his game 11 and where we are in the match, what would you say to him right now?
I'd like to have some pre-cooked advice ready for every situation, but I'm not sure that 5-5 in this situation, I have something amazing to throw up. I would guess that his team is fully aware of the situation. They're all working overtime, and sooner or later they're going to hit something worth trying. Also, the problem is if that something is neutralized, we tend to think they didn't try at all, but in fact they may have had a very good idea which didn't land. So it's difficult to read all that in advance. My hunch is they're already doing all the right stuff. It's just it hasn't paid off because the other team is doing the right stuff as well.
Right. Vishy, I just wanted to ask a final question to you. Today we had Air Learn as our sponsor, which is known for learning different languages. And if there's one person who is known for learning languages, for me it's you, because you know not only, of course, Tamil, English, but you know German fluently, you know Spanish fluently. You also started dabbling into, Hindi, and you just love learning languages. So could you tell us, like, what is your way of learning a language?
I think probably I have a chess player's style of learning a language, which is first to look at all the games that have been played, then to see what I understand, then to see if I can play the same thing. So I try to listen, get some sense of the sound they make so that the words become slightly more familiar, then to figure out their meaning and so on. I also like having some structure. Initially, at least, I like to know the key verbs, some conjugation, things like that. But then I don't like to study a lot. After that, I just like to improve slowly because especially I think my experience with Spanish taught me um, that if you keep speaking it long enough, suddenly one day you start improving very fast, and maybe some critical mass you hit, and then you start improving very fast. And I think that's probably what I look for. But you know what's the key thing? It's never to be embarrassed.
You should be okay to be embarrassed, yeah?
You should never feel embarrassed.
Oh, you should never feel,
Or
yeah.
you should not care that you are
Right,
embarrassed.
right, got it.
The worst thing you do is people who know the language quite well but are so afraid they'll make a mistake have a much more difficult time than somebody. I mean, we all know these people, right? They can't speak the language, but they're confident and they'll just go for it. And they're the ones who think. And what other good advice can I give for a language? If you don't know the words, at least sound about right. If people will believe you, that's something valuable. So it's much better to speak badly, but with the correct sound, the correct intonation, the correct emphasis, and so on, than to speak it perfectly but in a horrible accent. So try to mimic in that sense. But
Yeah, amazing insights there. Thank you, Vishy, for sharing them.
Yeah, and just a final question. Vishy, is Akhil also following the World Championship match? Is he watching?
yes, he is. I mean, he checks in on some streams every day. I'm sure he has taught you guys on many occasions, and he's following the match.
Well, please tell him that everyone on the panel here has his beautiful T-shirt artwork that he's done on them, and they're just amazing. So he's doing a brilliant job as well.
Thank you. I will tell him that, and of course, he enjoys the stream a lot. So thanks to all you guys.
Thank you, Vishy. A big round of applause to Vishy Anand for joining us. We couldn't have asked for better insights. Thank you, Vishy, and we hope that we'll see you again in the next rounds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That was Vishy Anand from his residence in Chennai, giving us some brilliant insights. I feel so wonderful that we can ask these questions to him, and then he can give us some replies, some insights, and we are able to kind of build up what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yes. I mean, he's been on this stage multiple times, been there, done that over and over again, 5 times world champion. So he completely knows what goes on in the player's mind, what it takes to actually in these final few games to deliver. So just brilliant to have him on here with us. And he said it, the game looked pretty equal when he joined us first, and Ding wasn't pushing much. It just feels like we're at 5-5 and it prolongs the suspense. That's what's this round has done. 2 very docile draws by the players. We can see the nerves playing up. We can see the math situation playing up. But it's inevitable. A world champion will be crowned.
Absolutely. And we had the Vishy as a guest online. We had Abhish joining here. And also in this room, we have a very special guest here as well right now who's amidst us. Tania, can you tell us a bit about him?
Yes, I'm very happy that joining us today is someone I worked with for the Paris Olympics, and he's here in the crowd with us. He's a senior vice president of Viacom 18. He's a great producer. He's the one who's responsible for bringing many of India's historic sporting moments to our screens. So Mr. Siddharth Datta is here with us. Sid, so happy to have you with us. I know today was not the most exciting game, but how have you been enjoying the match so far?
We'll get you the mic. 1 second. We can have the mic.
Thank you, Tanya. Actually, I've been enjoying this feed I've been following the entire World Championship on this feed only, and I really want to compliment all of you for just making it so much fun. Chess is very close to me. It's close to all of us. I'm the kind of chess player who would lose to a 250 bot on chess.com and could beat a 1300 bot also on my day. But it is close to me because this is our game. In many of our cases, my grandfather taught me. And every time I see chess, and this is a very exciting time for us, for the way India has done at the Olympics, at the Chess Olympiads. You mentioned Olympics, and you have your own medal of the Olympics, and I'm so glad for that.
Gold medal.
And these are the efforts that are very heartening. You guys do a great job. You just make chess a lot of fun to watch and enjoy and follow, even for possibly 600 ELOs like me. And that is what why I'm here today, because I had a free day. I thought, why not just go and enjoy the thing from the habitat itself. And thank you for having me. And I really enjoy, Sagar, I really enjoy a lot of streaming that you do and the videos that you put on YouTube. And they kind of keep me close to chess. And I'm sure I'm just one of many who enjoy what you do and value what you do. Thank you so much. And Tania, you've done a great job. You've done a great job for us at the Olympics, and this is your zone, and you're flourishing. I never knew you would rap so well and read rap so well, and yes, and you have very good comic timing as well, which is you've developed a range as a presenter, and I'm very happy to watch that as well. So well done to all of you.
When are we going to see chess on Geo?
Well, you do see chess on Geo. There is the Global Chess League is there on Geo, and many more to come hopefully. So I mean, this is something. I think chess is a democratic game. You can't really restrict it to one platform, and you don't want everything to be on one platform either. Also, I mean, streamers like you would rather have this much of control over chess to keep it democratic, right? If I'm not wrong, but yes, Geo does its bit to bring chess to the viewers as we do with all sports. But I'm not here in any official capacity. I'm here just to enjoy the game, and hopefully we could have sort of gone one up. We, as in Gukesh, could have gone one up today. But well, fingers crossed, and hopefully it won't reach the dreaded tiebreak.
Thank you so much, Sid, and so happy to have you here with us.
My pleasure. Absolutely my pleasure. Thank you.
So it does go into game 11 tied. Final thoughts. Start with you, Sahil.
4 games to go. I think Ding is very, very happy. His camp is happy कि भाई जो चाहिए था 10 गेम निकल चुके हैं 4 और. So अब गुकेश के हाथ में है बॉल की. What does he want to do now?
Correct. Tomorrow I think we'll have a packed house here. Because when Gukesh has white, everyone comes in like, aaj to we'll see some excitement. And it's true. I think whenever Gukesh has white, there are more chances of seeing exciting games. And if Gukesh manages to win tomorrow, then we'll see all the games exciting. Because then Ding is like, abhi to I have to win. So I'm just hoping for that one win. Tomorrow, if it happens, then 4 games we'll have like a ball.
Yeah. I think if we have one victory, that could be a decisive World Championship victory at this stage. I mean, very big chances because it's so tough to bounce back. At the press conference, they had this question, right? What have the players learnt about each other spending the last many, many games? And I'm thinking how much we all have learnt about these 2 brilliant chess players, the reigning world champion coming in after a difficult year, and the resilience that he's shown. The mindset that he's shown to defend really difficult positions. He spoke about himself, that how important this match is for him. The crown wears heavy, but he wants to do everything he can to defend it. And then we've seen Gukesh show his gutsy bravery in positions where he's looking for ways to fight it out, to prolong the game. 2 very, very contrasting personalities, one taking risk, the other holding his own, saying, I perhaps am happy to take this to tie breaks. It's been a brilliant match so far, and I'm so excited about the final 4 games, Sagar.
Yes, absolutely. So before calling this a day, I just want to thank every one of you who's been present here. Thank you all for turning out. without you, we would never have been able to execute this plan of having a live audience. So thank you all for coming in. I also want to give a big shout out to the names here, chess.com, who's been a big supporter, big partner of us in this stream. Please do check out the link pinned message. You can get 1 month premium membership, and then also the signed chessboard every day, 5 of them. There's also Samai's logo here. Samai is someone who has envisioned this. He was the one who came up with this idea that we should do it here, and he was here at the start, and it's turned into something truly beautiful. I think we are all waiting for, just like that one win, we're also waiting for Samai to get well and come back here.
I think the 2 days that he was here were the 2 days that we got decisive games.
Acha.
I think there's a connection.
Bhai, kal to aana hi hai fir usko. And of course, this beautiful venue that has been given to us by Balraj Bhai, the Habitat, it is becoming slowly the home of chess in Mumbai. And also Nodwin Gaming for this beautiful production that we have here. Thank you, Director Saab, for all that you are doing. And to Red Bull for supporting chess all throughout this stream, these few days that we had. And finally, our sponsor for today, AirLearn. I think all of us are going to learn a lot of languages thanks to them. I was also very impressed how Vishy taught one very nice tip which he gave. Like, don't feel embarrassed when you're learning languages. You just should go and speak. And I've seen him do that many times when he's learning actually Hindi. He's learning a lot. He just goes and speaks.
And I think that applies to chess also in such a big way that sometimes you're not sure about maybe your preparation, maybe the move you're about to play. But if you play it confidently, that's sometimes half the battle won.
Go on chess.com and play, guys.
1 month free membership.
See you all and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hola. Download the AirLearn app now. This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you just cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much, much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with the 1 month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.